I'm going to call the meeting to order at 9:36 on the 20th of October. Independent Transportation Surtax Oversight Board meeting shall begin. So with that, I think we're ready for roll call.
All right, well, I'll have to do the roll call because Roy has stepped away to oh, there he is. Huh? Okay, so Mr. Burnett will now call the roll.
Here? Got to turn your mic on.
He's too quiet to pick up.
It's all new to everybody, right?
Figure it out.
Phil Allen. Phil Allen.
Here.
Here. Alan.
Here.
Alejandro Munoz.
Here.
Ronald Fraser.
Here.
There's Shay.
Jason.
Here.
We'll let Shay get settled. Okay.
So we only have one absent?
Yes.
All right.
Debbie Madden has requested to be absent today.
All right, I guess our first item is going to be the calendar.
Did you want to do your
Gretchen.
icebreaker first, Chair?
Pardon?
Or would you like to do the icebreaker first, or go straight to the
I
calendar?
think so, and I want to point out that there's no votes being taken today, so everyone can sit back and relax, and hopefully we'll hear a lot of input.
Okay.
Go ahead. Oh, you can do that.
For the icebreaker?
Sure.
Absolutely, sure. I'm happy to do it. All right, so for each of you, each oversight board member in their binder has a penny. So this was the penny for transportation, and so this icebreaker is in honor of the penny for transportation. And the penny, because Roy is fabulous, is blown up so that you don't have to get a magnifying glass to try to figure out what the date is on it. And the exercise is to share something with the group that was happening in your life in the year of your penny. And so we'll give you a minute to think about that. And you all can, who would like to go first? Should we just go in a straight line?
Straight line it, baby.
Phil said he wants to go first.
Phil, all right.
All right, so we'll start with Mr. Donmas. And would you like to use the mic? We can pass the mic down if you'd like. Yeah, let's take it.
Sure.
Did me start? I thought he wanted to start.
No.
That's fine. Let's
Phil,
do it. Phil, you start.
Phil, go ahead, Phil.
I had 1980, and coincidentally, I don't know if somebody did some research on this. That was a year I moved to Broward County from Cleveland and became CFO at the county.
A very good year.
It's a good year for Broward County.
Next up, we'll pass it back down.
Pass it back down. Then we'll just pass it.
That's fine.
My penny is from 1983, and my story is very similar to Phil. That was the year I moved down to South Florida. I got my first job with General Development Corporation, and they're defunct, now. And, that was first experience in South Florida, Miami, Brickell, area. And it's been fascinating since. Been a long-term resident of South Florida, first Miami area, and past 20 years in Broward County, and happy to be here.
Not sure I want to record what I'm about to say because I was in my 20s. I'm not going to say the exact year, but I was every Friday and Saturday night I was figuring out what I was going to do that night. And there was no such thing as Uber, so you were traveling around in cars and you probably shouldn't have been. There wasn't a lot going on in downtown Fort Lauderdale. There was no entertainment district, so we were looking for places to go. The beach was pretty cool. Yeah, I was a young man and I was having a lot of fun. And we were also trying to figure out new ways to have fun, and that kind of is what led to my career in real estate development and restaurants and stuff. So it was a good time for me, 1991.
All right, good morning, everyone. I have the year 1994, and I can't share much because I was only 4 years old.
So young.
So young,
Who
right?
youngest one of this table? Oh wait, there's one.
So, but truthfully, the only thing I can remember during that time period is I had already had my son. I was married. We had bought our first home, and life was just good. Nothing extraordinary. I was finishing up my master's degree.
Is this 1994?
1994. So that's it for
So
me.
you're more than 4.
I am more than 4.
She was a very smart young 4-year-old.
A child's bride.
She was. She
I don't know
was.
how they gave you this old penny in 1970.
She got her master's degree.
I was 25 years old.
I love it.
I had just returned from Vietnam, basically. Restarting my career after being there 6 months and spent the next 42 years with EDSA. So that was a whole new beginning, I guess, for me. To give you an old penny too?
No, I had to think about it, but 1979 turned out to be the beginning of a very, very good career for me. I was 36 years old, and I became the first black architect to win a project for Miami-Dade County School Board, and it turned out to be the largest project that they ever put out. And everybody wondered, how did I manage that? And that was the year that my firm began to prosper. So I decided I would stay in architecture.
That's a good one.
Morning, everybody.
Who were they born?
So I got the year 2006. I think I'm the only one with a year higher than 2000, but I was 13 years old in 2006.
He's telling the truth.
I was in middle school, but coincidentally, that's the year I met my wife. So that's something that comes to
Wow.
That's a commitment. Your commitment.
You picked good numbers.
Wow.
1997. So I was 4 years out of high school in 1997, up at University of Florida, where I started in economics and then eventually changed over to accounting. So kind of just going through school, coming back and forth between Gainesville and South Florida, definitely knowing that drive well. And I can remember it's 2 years later, really, but I kind of remember a funny memory. If anybody remembers the Y2K thing and everybody thought the world was going to stop in the year 2000, it comes to mind because I went to London for New Year's, and I remember, my parents were concerned that the whole world was going to end, and I just remember how funny that was because, the computers can't pick it up and really go to the, so it's just hilarious to think about that for some reason. But anyway, they're good memories because I actually leveraged Broward Community College, it was called at that time, and kind of got a foundation there, and then went off to UF. So I always tell people that, especially the younger people that I meet, because I feel like it's a great opportunity, right, to have that in our backyard. And I certainly leveraged it because I didn't even know that I was interested in accounting. And I took the first accounting course there and economics there as well. And I was like, you know what, I can actually do this stuff. So yeah, anyway, a good year, 1997.
I think we're going to have you as a serious spokesperson for Broward College. Thank you.
Yeah, I've talked to other people about that. I'm a big fan of Broward College.
Thank you.
Because of how it helped me, for sure.
Thank you so much.
Hey, I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but in January of 1997, the Gators won the national championship. I'm surprised the Gator didn't even remember that.
Well, I didn't want to bring
Beach,
up something so
Florida State.
polarizing, you know?
Huh?
I don't want to bring up something so polarizing. It made you upset to even say that.
Yeah, you're a good person. You're a good person.
That was fun.
Yes.
That was fun.
Thank you.
Yes, I enjoy that one every time
Like
we do it.
icebreakers. Now to the exciting stuff.
Oh yeah, this is the most exciting stuff. I know how much you all love setting the calendar for the next calendar year. So Roy has done what, instead of us all looking at our computers and our phones, he's given you every month of the year, all of the holidays.
cool.
And what we're going to do this time is what we did last time, where we have a date and an alternate. And so once we select these, then we will check with Miss Madden, who is not with us, but is prepared to receive this information. And then hopefully by the end of the meeting, we'll be able to get back with you about what the dates are for each meeting, and then what the alternate dates would be if we need a special meeting or something happens. Does that work for everybody? Mm-hmm. Okay. So as you know, you have to meet at least quarterly. So we need to have one meeting in either January, February, or March. We didn't include January, but we can. And the reason that we didn't include January is because we still won't have the audiovisual equipment in this room. Doesn't mean that we can't do this setup again, because we can, if you all would prefer to do a January meeting. We could also do something early in February. Normally we meet like the last week of January, 27th, 28th, 29th, so we can do that, or we can just move into February, which would be my recommendation. Yes, sir.
You will advise us if there's some meetings we have to have prior to the county meeting so we get things in order, correct?
Absolutely. So if there's some, urgent action that is required, we will certainly let you know that there needs to be a special meeting. The county does its first budget supplemental in December. So there is the, slightest possibility that we might need to do something before. I know in Public Works there might be a need for a special meeting before the county commission acts.
And why don't you give us the potential date for that special meeting?
Okay, will do. Tony, do you remember what day? I know you and I spoke about this. Do you remember what commission meeting they were planning to do
I don't recall.
the budget supplemental?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. Give me just one moment.
Well, this might, yeah. But it has, I have it in the book.
It's in the book.
Oh, wow, okay. I just want to make sure we can catch one in there.
January, or December, that we got.
Okay. I'm going to assume that it's the 12th, that it's the meeting on the 12th.
What month now?
This is December, which would mean you all could meet, if it's available, on Friday the 8th. If we need a special meeting, so why doesn't everybody look at their calendar for Friday the 8th and let me know if that's something that would work? No?
Not for me.
Okay. This is December for a potential special meeting. It's not in your binder. This is something the chair just asked me to look up. So we're looking for a date before December 10th. Would the 7th work for anyone? And this would be a short meeting. This would just be
How about if you ask if it doesn't work?
Okay.
So the 7th, for me, I just have a meeting till 10 a.m. So if you wanted, or to 10:30 a.m.
Okay.
After that, I'm open.
So let me get a show of hands for people who might be able to make December 7th, which is a Thursday, work in the afternoon, even if it was for an hour.
It won't work for me.
It would be in the afternoon.
It won't work
Okay, it's
for
not
me.
going to work for enough people. We need to have at least a quorum.
Mm-hmm.
How about Tuesday the 5th?
Good.
Yeah. I'm good.
Let me see a show of hands for Tuesday the 5th. Again, this would be a short meeting.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
I can't do it past like 3.
Okay, so how about you?
Or
Like
maybe-
2 to 3?
I can do 1 to
1:30?
3.
Okay. All right, so it sounds like we have, the
Yeah, 1.
first option would be Tuesday, December 5th, if we need it, from 1 to as long, probably 2:30 at the most.
It's good.
Okay, so that's our first, that would be for a special meeting if necessary. That would be a budget-related issue. Again, if one of our agencies that receives Surtax funds inside of the county, this would be for a county project that needed approval by this board before it could be placed into the first supplemental budget for the county. Bill? Yeah.
Does that give you time to make a turnaround?
Yeah, what we've done in the past is that we just do the agenda item with budget, with the assumption that you all are going to be approving the item, and then if something goes wrong, of course, we can fix it with additional material.
But we would have a disagreement, that'd have to be
It'd have to go to the second supplemental, it'd have to move. If you all decided the project was not eligible for some reason, I mean, not that I would expect that that would happen, or if something were to, occur where you all weren't able to act, which is more likely, where, 5 people didn't show up, then we would have to move the item to a later
Well, we
meeting.
can only do so much, right?
Right, that is correct. All right, so we'll move to February. Normally, we meet on Fridays. If we need to meet on a different day, I think that's fine. But looking at the calendar, knowing that President's Day is on the 19th, I wouldn't recommend the 16th as people may be traveling.
Mm-hmm.
So what are your thoughts on the 2nd, the 9th, or the 23rd?
Who has a problem with
How long are those meetings? How long is
These
that?
would be a full meeting. This would be our normal regular meeting.
9 to 3 or something like that?
9:30 to whenever it's finished, right?
I'm good. I'm good.
So let's start with the 2nd. Can I get a show of hands for, no, okay.
Not for the 2nd, but 9th or the 23rd, I'm good.
Okay, so we have 6. Shay, for the 2nd?
All those dates are fine.
Okay,
Yep.
so we would be missing 1 person, potentially 2 for the 2nd. So let's go to the 9th. How many people would be available on the 9th and starting at 9:30? Okay, that looks like everyone. And then we'll have the backup. How about February 23rd? What is that looking like for everybody?
Good.
Can you raise your hand if you're available on February 23rd, starting at 9:30 a.m.? All right, that looks great too. All right,
So that's the backup.
that would be the backup. Okay. Would you all, Mr. Chair, did you,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, did you want to have you had asked when we talked about holding something in March as well. Did you want to do that, or should we go to the next quarter?
No, I think we just set our normal one.
Okay. All right, so that would mean that our next meeting would be in May. So we do have Memorial Day at the end of that month. So I'll start with May 3rd.
What was March?
We're not going to do, we're doing February. We have 2 dates in February. We have one date potentially in December, and now we're going to move to May. Normally we meet in May or June. Since we're meeting on February 9th, do you want to start with the 3rd or the 10th? 10th? Okay. Let's start with availability on May 10th, starting at 9:30 a.m. Everybody who can make it, please raise your hands.
I'm a tenant. I don't know for sure, but the 10th seems okay for me.
Okay. And then a backup of the 17th. Everybody looks good on the 17th?
17 is a problem for me.
Okay, no, not looking good for Dahl. Anybody else have an issue with the 17th? Okay, let's move to the 31st, just so we have a backup date. Everybody is available on May 31st. Could you raise your hand for me? No. Okay, that looks good. So we have 2 meetings, and then we'll have our big 2-day meeting in August, as we generally do.
I'm sorry, what was May dates? I'm having a hard time
10th and
memory.
31st.
So we have the 10th and the 30th.
That's the primary?
10th is going to be our primary, and then the 31st will be our backup. And so I'm going to suggest that we try to meet earlier in August than we did this year, just because it is very tight when we do the workshop and the oversight board approvals, and then try to get everything to the county commission for their budget process. So I'm going to ask whether or not, I know it's vacation time for a lot of folks, but is it possible for us to try to meet on the 2nd? I mean, it's tight for all of us because our budget doesn't come out until the 15th, but I just think we have a plan, and I want to give Tony the credit for, we're going to develop all of our materials with the expectation that there won't be a lot of changes when the recommended budget comes out, and then we'll have everything done, and if we need to tweak it, we will. But I think if we could meet on the 2nd, that would probably be helpful. What is everyone's availability on August 2nd? I'm seeing, yes, maybe?
I think so. I mean, when you get that far out in the year, we don't have anything planned yet, but I mean, it's open now.
Good.
You know?
Well, then we'll block it for you. Roy will send out blocks as soon as we finish here. So August 2nd, that would be the workshop. And then how about August 9th for the actual approvals? Like, how about a whole week between the workshop and the actual approvals? Would that work for you all? Everybody good? Okay. So we're going to do something a little different. We'll do the workshop on August 2nd, and we'll do all of the approvals on August 9th, including the 5-year plan. And then would you like to stick with, we had previously done our retreats in November, but do you all like doing the retreat in October, or would you like to try to keep it in November? October is good?
Yeah.
End of October is better for people because we're not getting into the holidays? Okay. So why don't we look at October 25th for a meeting and retreat?
Seems okay.
Seems okay for everybody so far?
Yes.
Mr. Frazier, are you good on the 25th? Okay. All right. So we'll have the 25th as our primary date. And then, oops, sorry, going the wrong way. And then how about November 1st as our alternate date? Still keeping it far away from the holidays. Are these working for you, Angela? These are good? Okay. All right, you got all those right? So we've got November 1st as our alternate, and then we'll be done for the year. No, not at the moment. Not at the moment. Okay. Yes, sir.
So you will go take these to Debbie and
Yes, Roy is going to send all of this to Debbie, and hopefully we'll have an answer back on whether any of these dates are an issue by the end of the meeting, and we can revisit
by the
that.
end of the meeting.
Okay? So with that, I think we're ready. Anything else from any? Yes, sir.
Do we want to set up a tentative date for in December for next year?
No, I think we're good.
Okay.
I think we're good. We have plenty of time. If it looks like we need a special meeting for any reason in December, we can talk about it in August.
For special meetings, how do those get called?
So they've been called in a variety of different ways. No, we had another one. We've had 2 special meetings. We had one in 2022, and I think we had another one in 2020. And A special meeting can be called because there's an emergency, which is what happened the first time because we lost all of our power and we had to stop the meeting and we had to call a special meeting 2 days later. A special meeting could be called because we have to cancel a meeting because of a hurricane or some other reason. And then a special meeting can be called by the chair. A special meeting can also be called, I mean, there are lots of reasons, but we could also have an issue with a grant or a project that comes up that needs your approval in order for it to move forward and get approved by the county commission.
So there's no real number of days prior to, you just work it out.
I don't recall that in the administrative code, but we do have to provide notice 48 hours ahead of time based on the ordinance. Angela's going to go check that. But no, I think as long as we can provide 48 hours notice and get materials posted, I don't think there's...
And get a quorum.
And get a quorum, correct. All right, so I think we're good. We can move on and we can go to the first presentation because I know Meryl needs to get going. So we are going to call up our fabulous team that worked on this renovation process for years and years. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Meryl and Rich. Rich, you want to go first?
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Rich Luce. I'm I work for Broward County, the Construction Management Division, and I'm the project manager for this project that has had a long and winding road to get here. I'm not going to say a lot. I'm going to let the team. So we hired SRS Architects. They're the architect of record, and they've done a wonderful job. Our contractor is, we have Danilo from Danto Builders who's here somewhere. I think he's moved off to another project, so I think he's answering a phone call, but he's here. So just wanted to say my appreciation to the team. We've gone through COVID and material delays and some really interesting challenges with the existing building, and to get all this transparency, there's a lot of work that goes behind the walls that you don't see now. And also want to thank Gretchen and her team who have been, and all the adjacent tenants who have lived through all the noise and the smells and all the stuff that we've done here. But with that, I'll turn it over to Meryl.
Thank you, Rich. Good morning. Welcome to your new space. We are in the middle of a kind of a slow roll, right? A new introduction to it. The technology will follow, and I think all the bells and whistles that you'll see the next time you get together, I think you'll be more than satisfied. But today is kind of a practice run and kind of get you guys warmed up and experience the space. I'm with Sinilofsky Romantic Saye. We're a proud Broward firm who's been here for 35 years. And we've done lots and lots of Broward County work. This one was extra special to us because it's a really unique opportunity, and we were tasked by the county to not only provide a wonderful space, but to have a little bit of fun with it too. So what you're going to see in the design process is that we try to introduce what you all do and what you influence within the county, kind of visually represented within the space. And we can walk through that, and I'm glad to have you guys walk through it and experience it to enjoy it. But I wanted to kind of walk you through the process that we went through. Here's where we started, kind of your typical county office space, and probably laid out in the 80s and 90s, a little bit dated at this point. We know that the world is a little bit different, a little bit more collaborative, a little bit more engaging, a little bit more fun. People care more about the spaces that they're within than they ever did, and it helps you perform optimally. It helps you engage your public. It helps you run better meetings, and the technology side, which is not with us fully today. But you're going to see that it's really, really important to have the bells and whistles you need to operate well. So these are just the start of some transformations that were over on Gretchen's side. It was a separate project from us to start to refresh and give them some, better spaces to do their business and to help you all. When we became engaged, if you notice the date at the bottom, was March 11th, 2020. That is the first day that we came out to document the space and do the as-built here. we all know what changed within a week of that date. At that point, for the first time in my life, I was designing virtually. The county did not even have their systems in place at that point to do a virtual meeting. I had it, so we were rolling, and I think everybody for the first time was trying to figure out how to do that, right? And I'm very visual, so having a screen and maybe you get to see somebody nod or somebody say, "Ooh, I love it," or kind of wrinkle their face and say, "I don't think that's the right direction," was a unique challenge for all of us, but we figured it out gracefully and wonderfully with the leadership of Rich from the project management side, but Gretchen and her team as well. And what we left, kind of our charrette, our initial meeting, was full of energy and full of ideas and full of fun. It's been a really engaging, wonderful process with the team. So 2.5 years later, we finally finished those plans because the process was a little cumbersome in the purchasing side and getting things wrapped up. It is a phased project. The folks over at ECPD, we manage that front desk and their office spaces first. So when you see the demo begins, it was more about their spaces initially to get them set up because we had to move them out of where they were over to where they are now and get it taken care of. But you can see we kind of made a mess of the place, and the contractors from Danto Builders were really task assigned to kind of work stealth, right, and be as silent as you can be while still do construction, which was a unique challenge because we've got a space that not only has occupants and working, but a space that is very alive from an acoustic standpoint. So we had to be very, very careful about when we did things that were noisy, when we did things that were disruptive. So sometimes it was night, sometimes it was weekends, but things started to happen. By November of last year, we started to see the space take into shape, and we started to see things like the garage doors come in. Now, garage doors obviously are a nod to the traffic, right? Cars and vehicles need to come through them, and those doors can roll up, and we can be fully engaged with the lobby space outside of us. So it's a little bit of a nod to the world that we're within with the cars and the vehicles. So a few more spaces, you start to see the transformation of the front desk. You start to see the ductwork coming into this particular space. And then you start to see paint starting to go on the walls and start to organizing. A week later, you see the columns that support our beautiful folding wall. Our beautiful folding wall gives us the opportunity to be very flexible with the space. So it can be opened up so that it's more of a casual environment, or it can be closed down so that when we need privacy and more quiet environment, we can do so. Similarly with the garage doors, the whole design scheme was about building in flexibility so that it could be used for multiple purposes and functions. You see Danilo, our contractor, in the phone booth. And if you go straight out that door, you'll see that we have 2 phone booths because the environment is much more open and collaborative behind in the office spaces. We're giving people places to make those phone calls that need to be done in private. It's a little also nod to what used to be on our roadsites that's no longer, right? So it's kind of a little bit of a nod to that streetscape that was part of the past. Now we moved those folks to ECPD over, and we started to demo that front counter experience and really open the space fully wide up. It's an anomaly, and you all hopefully will never experience, but we literally opened up, but we also have to create the mechanism to close it down in case there's a fire. So there's a fire curtain that would come down, separate the space, and allow people to go out separately and safely to the space. So it's both open and closed at the same time, depending on the fire need, hopefully never. This is the transformation when the lights started to come in and before the carpet came in. You can see that the color palette is a little subtle nod to the red, green, blue, red, green, yellow of your logo. So we introduced color pops of color. We introduced a crosswalk that was also a influence of your traffic patterns and moving pedestrians safely throughout. Oh, video. So that's just floating the floor and getting ready for the virtual reality installation that will be coming with the technology side of things.
You need to hire them.
And again, you can see in this view that the garage doors can be both opened and closed. It gives you as much flexibility as you can. We introduced the traffic signal, right? Your logo and your branding, and had a little bit of fun with that as well. You can see the big difference. The one thing that Gretchen always wanted me to get rid of was these 2 columns. And unfortunately, I had to tell her no. It supports the 3 floors above, but they will have monitors on them. They'll be part of your digital experience in the future. And sometimes you have to embrace that one obstacle, as Ron probably knows as an architect. Sometimes there's things you can't change. But we're going to embrace them and allow them to be a feature in the room.
You didn't tell them about the invisible paint?
No, no such thing that I know of yet, Ron. You know something I don't know? So features in here are flexible tables. So this room can be laid out in any way you want to set it up. This was probably the typical boardroom setting. It can be set up as a conference room setting. It can be set up with a podium facing the audience. It can have training setups. The goal was really to have as much flexibility as possible. That's our accordion wall that opens, again, allows us to open up to the pantry and the kitchen area so that if there's a lunch in here, it can be the service line and folks can come and eat their lunch within here. It can be closed off so that staff can use it for their own personal lunches when those are off times. It's a really beautiful feature in the space, and you can see how the installation process went as far as bringing in those panels and sections. We're introducing more and more things that move, things that slide, things that lift up in all of our spaces. And here is the pantry itself and the befores and afters. You can tell that we introduced the bicycles and a bike lane as part of the design motif. We also found a bonus space that wasn't part of the original design, but when we did the demolition, there were actually a series of ductwork system below the ground. It was the first introduction of kind of cable management, and as a result, there's a series of circles all over the place. So we ended up purchasing manhole covers and putting those in there so when you see them in the space, you can see it, which is part of the roadscape. And part of our color palette, the gray and on the carpeting and in the flooring in the pantry area are honestly meant to look like a roadscape. So it's kind of another playful nod. And there they are. And then to the right and to the left of my position right now are 2 breakout spaces, so that we have smaller conference room spaces that are connected but disconnected if you need to step away from the meeting that you're within, and you can use those to break out. And then we've got some storage that Gretchen and the gang are using. And with that, I thank you. It has been an extreme pleasure. It's been a little bit of a long and winding road because of COVID for us and some supply chain issues, and just trying to manage how you do this in the digital world, which was all new to us, but now we're all experts on how to communicate in a different way. I know that what you all do is important. You are thought starters to the next vision. So for me, that is always an exciting place to be, and I wish you many, many years of productive work here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a couple comments, though.
And we have some thank you gifts for the 3 of them, so give me just 1 second. Danilla? Here's Danilla. He's hiding in the back. And Rich, thank you so much. We all really appreciate everything that you've done here. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I do have a couple comments.
Gretchen,
Oh, sorry.
Doug has some comments.
Oh,
Don't leave. Got questions?
Doug,
It's on
This
the
is a new
top.
system here.
It's on the top.
is it on?
I don't know.
it doesn't sound like
Is there a green button on or a green light?
It has a red light.
I don't know.
First of all, I want to congratulate you. It's extremely difficult to do a renovation. It's better to build, easier to build new, and
Always.
so congratulations. But I do have 2 questions.
Yes, sir.
One, how did we do on our budget? You can think about that.
Mm-hmm.
And 2, what happened to that beautiful stairwell that went upstairs? Remember there was a walk?
That was just a concept. It wasn't
Oh,
really
no,
part
I know
of the
it was a
design.
concept. But I came in here the first time and I'm looking for that beautiful, and it disappeared. Now, maybe it disappeared because you didn't need it or budget, but everything else is just, what an upgrade. It's beautiful.
Thank you. We did
Budget.
budget we did as well as we could given the circumstances. Unfortunately, with COVID brought the supply chain issues, and with that brought construction costs that were ever moving ahead of us and escalating ahead of us. Certainly it's been a challenge, not on this project, but every project we've worked on. And it's just about, really communicating with one another, sharing the pros and the cons, and trying to make the best decisions you can so that the stuff is here when you need it. And sometimes we had to shift and adjust to make sure that can happen. Sometimes we had to pay a little extra just to get it here earlier. It's been a unique challenge. It's finally leveled off. And that's the reports I'm getting from the construction industry. So, working together, we, made the best of what we could, but I think we're going to be all satisfied in the end and know that we got to where we got as artfully and as gracefully as we could. The staircase, honestly, Gretchen, I never heard about a staircase. So I don't know. This building is unique in its structure, and it's somewhat challenging, and penetrating holes and openings is unique. We do have the new escalator, though, which we were actually part of that project as well. It's not fully running just yet, but it's on the closeout as far as getting it commissioned and getting it ready to roll. So, because we know this building has experienced many years of not having that vertical transportation functioning properly, so it will be up and running shortly and take care of it for you guys.
Congratulations, and the openness is just great.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
Anyone
it.
else have any comments?
Where are the speakers that we're using today?
Right here.
No, you mean picking up your voice without this.
Okay. But I'm having some difficulty, probably because I need hearing aids, but I don't have them yet. Can we point the speakers better
Better
for
to
this
you?
table?
Or
I don't know if
pump
anybody
up the
else-
volume,
Or he
maybe.
wants to know what speakers is his voice supposed to go into and everybody.
He's having a hard time hearing because the speakers are behind the column over here.
Okay, that's...
But the technology is not in place.
Yeah, the correct technology. So when the technology is fully operational, not only will you have lots of monitors that are not sitting on tables, they're going to be up on the walls and up on the columns, but there also are going to be microphones that will pick up throughout the room, so we
That's
won't
much
have.
better.
Much
Yeah,
better. It is much
I think that's just a volume control situation.
Yeah.
But at the end game, there will be microphones throughout, so we're not going to have the handheld situations. There will also be speakers in the ceiling, so it'll be more voluminous throughout. Unfortunately, the technology today is kind of a roll-in scenario, but the final solution, I think, will blow your socks off.
So my comment is basically, I really love the garage door idea. I'm curious to see it open.
There's a button we can show
So
you.
you guys did a really wonderful job. My only concern, Gretchen, is with the tables, the desks. I would have liked some privacy panel.
They're on the way. Your
They're on
wish,
the way.
yeah,
Okay,
your
cool.
wish is going to
Already
happen.
ordered.
Oh, perfect.
Very delayed.
Good. All right, got it. That's it.
Thank you very, very much. Anyone else have any questions?
Gretchen, next.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
So one more question, Gretchen. We have this space for us to have meetings, but how is it being utilized by the broader community?
So, can you guys hear me okay without the mic? Or no? Yes? Can you hear me? Phil? Okay. So the idea, we don't even have everything installed yet, as Meryl was just discussing with you. The idea is that this is going to be a space that can be used by the county, could be used by the commissioners, could be used to do community outreach. We could have public hearings down here because you can open up the garage doors and you can bring it all the way out into the lobby. Mm-hmm. So at this point, this is the very first meeting. You are the first people that are not county employees in this space. Wow. So there are a lot of opportunities. We hope focus groups, charrettes. I mean, hopefully all of our agencies, one of the ideas of co-locating in this building was we have so many of our Surtax agency partners here. So the idea is also for them to be able to utilize this space for trainings or for, if they need to do a selection committee. If we have the right technology, we can do basically anything in here.
And I wanted you to elaborate on that, because, you know, I don't want people to think that we authorized the creation of this space and that it doesn't benefit the entire community. It's important that they know it was built for the community.
Well, and
as well.
Once the outside, not just this space, but once those AR and VR pods are activated, the whole idea of that space was, as you'll notice, there are lots of people sitting out there waiting. Many, many times I see small children who are bored to death. The idea was to bring them into the space, invite them, engage them, and have things for them to play with. We've got coloring books, and eventually we'll have videos about transportation to give them educational information about, you know, how you can ride a bus or different things, whatever we decide on. But it is intended to be also a public space, an engaging space.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Tony.
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. I just, before
You're
we
going to
go
have to
into...
speak into the mic, I think.
Speak into the mic?
For Phil, yeah.
Okay. So I just wanted to do a real quick introduction. Introduce you to some members of our team that you have not met before, but you're likely going to see a lot more going forth into the future. You've previously met our Traffic Engineering Division Director, Scott Bruner. He's not able to be with us today, but we're happy that his new Assistant Director, Rasim Awad, is going to be here, and he's going to be leading us, putting forth a presentation in terms of some of the neat things that that we're doing with with the Surtax money and so forth. And I just want to do a quick introduction of Rasim. We're really excited to have him on board. He's only been with us for like a little over 2 months, and but he came with over 20-some years of experience, worked in the private sector as well as the public sector. And right before he came to us, he was the traffic operations manager of Palm Beach County. So even though he's trying to catch up on some of the specifics of Broward County, he's certainly very familiar with a lot of the technology and all the operations and that type of thing. So I want to introduce him. He excited to have him on board. You're going to see him a lot more in the future, as well as Scott and his team and so forth. And he brought his team to lead us through the great stuff that they've been doing.
All right. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the MAP board. Thank you, Tony, for the introduction. Again, still new here, trying to get my bearings, but we appreciate the opportunity to be here to share some insightful information, hopefully, on our traffic signal system. With me, I have Mr. Charlie Zhu in the back there. He oversees our traffic signal systems, has been with the county for quite some time, very knowledgeable. We also have Mintang Lee, who has been with the MAP team for quite some time, and we're lucky to have him now. He's in the process of transitioning to the Traffic Engineering Division. I was just sharing actually with the... Pick it up? Yeah. Okay.
You got to get the microphone.
Hold it? Okay. Okay. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you all for all you do. And I was just sharing with Gretchen, as someone new that was on the outside looking in, that dashboard, the online information is fantastic. It was very intriguing to me, and it helped me make the decision to come here to Broward County. So with that said, we're going to share some information today regarding Broward County's advanced traffic signal system and basically where it's headed with the MAP program. So a quick rundown of the agenda. We're going to start with our core system, what we have in place now, how we do traffic signal timing optimization now, and how the new adaptive systems are going to change this. We're going to get into performance measuring, which is part of the automated traffic signal performance measures system that will be installed as part of the MAP program. We're also going to highlight some of the technological advancement. Some of them are pilots, some of them are initiatives we've taken over the past few years, including connected vehicle deployments, advanced sensors or detection at intersections that sense bicycles and pedestrians in addition to vehicles, as well as near safety assessments and a system. Okay, so Broward County did a wonderful job investing early on in a great core traffic signal system management system. It's comprised basically of all the traffic signals that are in the field and devices out there, advanced devices. They communicate back to a central
management system over fiber and or a cellular network, and allows staff to see in real time, second by second, what's happening at every traffic signal. It allows us to pull reports. It allows us to monitor the health of the system. How we go about optimizing the traffic signal timing along corridors in Broward County, it's the conventional method, which is the industry standard as we speak. But it requires a lot of data collection. We have to do a lot of modeling. We put it out in the field, and it needs a lot of field adjustments, fine-tuning to get it to where it needs to be to function optimally. So resource intensive and labor intensive. And it has shortcomings. It doesn't have any machine learning or artificial intelligence. It doesn't adapt, right? It's rigid. If you look in the middle of the screen, we call it TOD, time of day plans, because we have a preset schedule for the timing plans that change by time of day, by day of the week. However, TOD, again, TOD is the acronym for time of day plans. When well engineered to tackle the majority of traffic and the anticipated traffic throughout the day, they are very effective. However, incidents happen all the time. We have unforeseen events that take place all the time, from crashes, work zones, immediate lane closures, and everything in between. We don't adapt well to these with these rigid platforms. And that's where adaptive traffic, yes?
So the system, when you have those, doesn't adapt to that?
Correct. Our conventional system, our core system, currently does not adapt.
Will it ever?
Yes, with the introduction of these adaptive systems. Yes. We also partner with the state. We do have staff that's trying to play basically the hands-on or real-time adaptive. They interact, because we have a communication system and a good, solid core system. The staff is able to, should there be an incident and a diversion of traffic, they're able to interact with the traffic signals in real time and push traffic one way or the other through the adjustments of green times. So, again, that's what the map is bringing to us, the adaptive systems that basically is comprised of added sensors, advanced sensors in the field, as well as back-end sophisticated algorithms that are constantly getting these feeds from the actual demand, traffic demand in the field, optimizing in real time and pushing out the optimum signal timing by time of day in real time. With that, it responds better to those fluctuations and unforeseen events. It improves travel time reliability, and it addresses the disruptions that we experience much better, the recovery from the disruptions. And when I say disruptions, it's those railroad crossings, the drawbridges, the incidents, crashes that happen all over. We recover much faster from these with the introduction of adaptive systems. On to performance measuring. How do we plan to measure the performance of the new adaptive systems? Primarily two methods. One is the automated traffic signal performance metrics that will be deployed as part of the adaptive systems. The other one is big data. There's a lot of big data available that gives you insights as to the travel time, speed on the road, the delay, which tells us the story of how well the system is performing. But before we get into that, we want to preface that by saying, with the increasing demand out there, with the growth, with the development, redevelopment, and the constrained roadways, it could be that over time, the adaptive systems may show, hey, there's a degradation in travel time from point A to point B. However, the net benefit is still there. We're maximizing basically the performance of the system by deploying adaptive. So, what are the measures that we will be looking at? These are very common in the industry. Travel time, basically we look how long will it take you to get from point A to point B, delay, intersection delay, number of stops. If you go from point A to point B along a corridor, how many stops, how many times do you get stopped because of a traffic signal? And then we get to the high resolution intersection based performance metrics. These are fairly new, and those would be introduced with the adaptive system and the automated traffic signal performance metrics that would be installed. And they measure the quality of progression, we call it. The synchronization of the corridor will get much better insights as to its performance day by day. And travel time reliability is another measure.
I have a question, just a second.
Yes, sir.
Will you Your previous comment relative to, that a degradation in performance is to be expected based on continued growth or capacity problems. Can you take a snapshot, or do you plan on taking a snapshot of where we are before and when we are after, including things such as incidents or traffic lights going out or whatever, that we can have it model 2 years down the road or whenever that project is completed to convince people that, yeah, we still have problems, but it's much better than it would have been under the old system.
Certainly, and good point. We have two approaches to that. One is through the MAP program. As we deploy these adaptive systems, we're going to thoroughly evaluate 4 of the corridors and develop like a little tool that would be applied elsewhere as necessary. So that's one part. The other part is these automated traffic signal performance metrics. The beauty of them is that they're continuous. They measure volumes on the road, demand, and what the signal is doing on a second-by-second basis.
You constantly hear it, even with today's system, that it's still better than it would have been before we had synchronized the lights manually or, for special events versus, you're always going to have that complaint, well, we don't see any difference here.
Correct. So managing expectations is definitely a key item we have to emphasize.
We've been trying to manage that for 20 years.
Yeah, good point. So again, 2 methods that we will be using to measure the performance. The automated traffic signal performance metrics, these are going to use the same advanced sensors that are going to be deployed for the adaptive system. So they're going to serve as dual purpose, feed the system to optimize the timing, and also give us those high resolution measures. Oops, I'm sorry. Okay, these are examples from one of the intersections that we have now. To tell you the truth, it hasn't been fully integrated, but this one is called the Purdue coordination diagram. This constantly measures the performance of the progression along the corridor. This is one intersection, one direction. The x-axis basically is the 24 hours of the day. And what it's trying to show us is when are the vehicles arriving? Are they mostly arriving within the green window of the signal, or are they arriving on red, yellow? And these are all great insights on a dashboard that our staff will be using daily to tweak the system. Another example of a measure from that same intersection, again, this is not fully integrated, is the approach delay. Again, the x-axis here is the 24 hours of the day, and you see the fluctuations in the delay. And the good news is that this will be tied also to the traffic signal output. So it tells us, all right, during the peak hour, this left turn, we failed to service the left turn properly for that time period. So,
excuse me,
yes.
How do you read those colors? What do they mean?
Yeah, so
what's good, what's bad, or what's?
Yeah, it's actually, this is all good because this is an intersection that's probably not the best example. We haven't fully integrated it, but one of the lines is the total delay per hour for that one movement at the intersection, and the blue line is the delay per vehicle. And in this case, at this intersection, we're looking at the southbound movement, for example.
Well, do you want those lines to be closer together, or what do you want those lines to look?
Actually, there are 2 different measures. One is total vehicle hours, one is seconds per vehicle delay. But again, these are going to be formatted into dashboards that would tell a better story. And again, we're sorry, we still don't have the system active. We just wanted to share some snapshots that give you some idea.
I'm going to ask Alan's question. When are we going to have all this? He always wants to know when we're going to have it, and obviously it's coming. Alan, you want to pick up on that?
Well, if you're going to speak for me, I'll speak for you. Don't ever show pictures that Doug might ask questions about that he doesn't know the answer to, because, anyway.
Hey, I'm asking it because none of us know what they...
Understood.
But let's hear what he's got. Let's hear the whole thing, and then we can ask when it's going to be applied.
Sounds good. Appreciate it. All right. This is the only active adaptive system that we have in the county. It's Pines Boulevard between Flamingo, I believe, and Dykes. Charlie. This was implemented not through the MAP, through the state. It's a state-owned facility there. And based on our preliminary performance comparison between the before and after, we did those by travel time runs, not necessarily through the extensive measures that we're going to be doing for the future adaptive. So the preliminary looks really good, actually super good, I would say. Travel time reduction is 10%, and vehicle delay on average is 22% for the 3 peak periods. This is definitely not to be expected everywhere to Mr. Allen's point. So we wanna manage the expectations here. Downtown areas, congested areas, constrained areas that operate at or near capacity will not definitely have the same results.
Something just hit me. Well, first off, I just experienced your phone booth concept. That's great. They have a special room that you go in. It's the old-fashioned phone booth. The door closes and nobody can hear anything that's going on. But anyway, I'm sorry. Is there some agency, or we do fiscal audits. We have accountants and sort of CPAs give us their opinion. Are there experts out there accepted as independent that you could retain to do an independent analysis of efficiency or improvements?
Yes, and that's the 4 corridors that the map will be thoroughly evaluating by a third party.
Right.
And they'll build also a platform that can be applied to the others. So that's the good news there. It's not only for these corridors, but it is an independent review. And before also going into selecting the adaptive systems, we went through a third party evaluation of the different systems on the market and what would be the best investment. So. The other method is the big data. All of us with the mobile devices and the tracked applications give location and GPS location for many points, as well as the newer vehicles that have onboard units that give you GPS accurate location data. A lot of vendors now are grabbing all these millions of data points and analyzing it and giving us nice dashboards as to the travel time and the speed on the roadways. So, and delay as well. One of them is INREX here, because we've been utilizing this one for our standard system. But this is a great method as well for continuously monitoring the performance of adaptive and non-adaptive. With that said, adaptive control does have limitations. Again, when you have saturated conditions, overcapacity conditions, there's not much it can do. My experience actually with my previous employers, City of Boca Raton and Palm Beach County, we would actually turn the adaptive systems during the peak periods because we wanted more uniformity and more predictable operation instead of the adaptive trying to do too much. What it does, though, is during the peak, as the peak tapers off and these change day to day, we get better benefit on the system because it starts expanding or contracting the cycle lengths and the green times accordingly to minimize overall delay. So there is a benefit on the shoulders of the peaks, not necessarily during peak conditions on these saturated corridors. And again, it's not a fit for every corridor. There are downtown locations and short blocks and signal spacing that is very challenging. Sometimes it's better to run traditional systems on these. So where we see it in the county, it's going to be a hybrid, some adaptive and some traditional time-of-day systems moving forward. So how do we design adaptive control going forward into the future? For the near term, for the foreseeable future, we have selected an adaptive system called Synchro Green, again, after extensive research, and it's going to address the near-term deployments in the next few years. Along the same lines, these systems are constantly evolving with the technological advancements. More factors are being put into these systems that we need to continue to pilot test, do proof of concept, partner with the state like we've done in the past to test these systems and continue to keep our options open. And adaptive and non-adaptive, one of the key elements to traffic signal operations is good detection, good sensors out there. To get the best optimal performance of a traffic signal system, you need excellent detection. As long as that's there, you get near optimal operations. So we continue to pilot and test these emerging technologies as far as sensors go as well. And one of the items we mentioned, big data, a lot of data now available. That's just beyond the horizon is integration of this big data as a feed into these adaptive algorithms. It'll be a factor. Not only the sensors out in the field, but the big data available by these third parties can be fed. Some of the new adaptive systems are looking into integrating this with the algorithms to produce, again, the most optimal signal timings. So in a nutshell, the future of the adaptive under the map should be flexible and scalable. We're going to continue the measuring of the deployed systems. We have to continue to assess new systems, and our strategy has to be flexible to adapt to as technological advancements come into play. And again, communication is very important. Adaptive systems rely heavily on communication and sensors detection. These are two elements that we have to continue to renew and make sure we get the most reliable and most accurate detection and best communication for it to function properly. And with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Charlie, who's going to go over some of the other initiatives.
Before you go to connected vehicles, can we talk a little bit about now? Can we talk about
Sure,
some of that
sure,
other stuff?
yeah.
So, for me, I would expect in a downtown or in a place where you're getting gridlock from both sides of the intersection, not linear, that you would expect things to move slower, and that there's. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you can just pass the mic back and forth if you guys
How does
want.
it- It's on. Okay. Can you? Is
It's
it
going to
working?
pick you up in just a second.
Okay. Wow. So I expect all that, and I think that if you're in traffic and you've got traffic coming from all sides of the intersection, you're just going to expect to move a little bit slower. And it's those times when you are 5 o'clock in the morning and you're supposed to be, they're supposed to be sensing when people are at an intersection, and sometimes you're driving down US 1 or University Drive or somewhere, and all of a sudden the light comes on, there's no other cars coming from the other side, and it literally goes through the same cycle that it goes through at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And you're sitting there, for me, at 5 o'clock, I'm usually trying to get to the airport for an early flight, and I'm like, why am I sitting here? So that starts to, I think it's those things that make people upset, right? And then also this whole Google Maps and trying to get that information to me tells me, and everybody in this room uses it, it tells me where the problems are and where the least amount of problems are and which way you should go to avoid the problems. But what it's not doing is it doesn't know what your adaptive system is doing to correct problems. It's only helping us avoid as much problem as possible. But until you've put the adaptive system in, that algorithm doesn't, that changes based on real time, right?
Right.
It might tell you where there's a crash or something like that because there's a traffic jam. But for the most part, it just tells me what the fastest way to get to a place from point A to point B at any given moment of the day. So I am curious, and Doug Kuhlman brought it up, but what I hear from a lot of people in the business community and folks that worry about a penny sales tax, a lot of it is connected to what you've spoken about today. And how do we make sure that even peak or off-peak, that the lights are kind of switching to what's appropriate for the moment in time? And I often find that I pull my hair out the most when it doesn't do that. And it's only when it's an obvious situation. And then one other thing, we've been installing and I noticed it on my drive on Sunrise Boulevard, these pedestrian crosswalks to shut down Sunrise Boulevard. And a PED can push a button and almost instantly that light turns red, and it's like in the worst moment of traffic. And rather than letting the PED wait a few minutes until the cycle goes through and until cars can go through the next intersection. So now you're sitting at a PED crossing and there is a major intersection that gets jammed up and it's empty and it's green. Well, if the ped crossing turned red, maybe at that moment that light should be turning red and letting all the cross traffic come, and then turn green when the ped light turns green again. But it doesn't work that way. So those kind of little things and nuances I hope are going to be corrected by this. I'm sorry if I took so much time, everybody, but you know.
Yeah, and that's our hope. You're preaching to the choir as far as the competing priorities, pedestrians crossing versus the overnight operation where we should be a lot more optimal, right? And that's where the sensors and the advanced sensors, it depends on the detection is the eyes to a traffic signal, and if it's blind, then it's kind of given green in a non-optimal fashion. So we do hope as we move forward, this will be addressed with some of these systems, and we can expand them, of course, as we go.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. And I'll turn it over to Charlie for connected vehicles and others.
Okay. Thank you, Rosen. Yeah, good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and board member, and the great chain. So, my name is Charlie Zhu. Oh, I need to change this. So I'm a traffic engineer, and actually I'm a signal timing engineer with the Broward County Traffic Engineering Division for the last 15 years. So we're getting lots of calls and reports regarding the signal timing. And so today I'm honored to present you some of the new technologies we are undertaking under the MAP program. So in the next few slides, I'm going to present you. One is the connected vehicle technology, and another one is the advanced intersection detector sensor technology. So first one is the connected vehicle. And per the US DOT definition, the connected vehicle is a technology that for the equipment and software and application using, it's called the C2X. It's a connect to the vehicle. I'm sorry, V2X, vehicle to everything, to address the issues related to the safety and the mobility on the roadways. So during the summer of 2020, the county, we upgraded our centralized traffic signal system. It's called ATMS.now. So that the upgrade gives us the capability to allow the real-time signal data to be accessible by the third party. So here's a map showing the whole county-wide signalized intersection. So right now that we have like more than 1,400 signals all over the county, and those data, with the upgrade of the platform with our signal system, so all the signals are connected and the data can be transmitted to be accessible by the third party. So in November 2020, the county, we partner with a company called the TTS, the Traffic Technology Service Incorporation, which is an information service provider for the connected vehicle applications. So the TTS is basically they can access the county's traffic signal data, and they process it and use their predictive algorithm and to process those data and then generate the predictive information, and then they can broadcast to the subscribers. So in the next few slides, I'll give you more detail. So like I said, the TTS, they capture the real-time signal data from the county central system and make it available. At this point, right now, they have the subscription from certain model of the vehicle, mostly like Audi or BMW. So here's the slide showing that how this data can benefit the driver of the vehicle. So that when like for example, like when Audi driver, when they become the subscriber, they will have the onboard connected vehicle unit connected wirelessly to the TTS server, and the TTS server can broadcast the real-time the signal controller status information to the for each and every Broward intersections covered by the TTS. So here's one snapshot of how the onboard unit look like. So when the vehicle approaches a stoplight, and when the stoplight is displaying the red, and the onboard unit will show you how many seconds it will be to the countdown to the green. And then it will also give you the advisory speed that you're supposed to drive. And then also it can tell you, based on the processed data, can tell you the mapping and the navigation capabilities, similar to the Google Map that can do. So when the vehicle approaches traffic lights in the green status, so that the onboard unit can show you the advisory speed that based on the signal synchronization status. So not only that the connected vehicle application can benefit the drivers on the road, they can also benefit actually the county agency as a return. We have, as of today, we have probably more than 10,000 the actual moving vehicles that the subscriber driving on the road. That each driver, they function as a kind of our ears and eyes to provide us a two-way real-time data for each intersection with their data. So here's a couple of slides that what our central system can receive from those 10,000 vehicles when they're driving on the roadway, because they communicate with their central server second by second. So in return, they provide us their delay, their stop, their the arrival on green, arrival on red, all this kind of information. And with this processed data, we know how the whole system runs and how's the operation status. So here is 10,000 this is a snapshot we get from the TTS, almost on daily basis. So this is 10,000 vehicles, moving vehicles, give us how the overall picture of the county system runs. For example, here we see that for this snapshot, it's given us average vehicle delay is about 14 seconds per vehicle, and total delay it's about 86.8 hours. And here is actually not only it can give us an overall picture of the whole system, it can also give us a detail, which intersection, which signal actually has the best performance. Here you can see for this particular moment, so we have which is the Broward and the Southeast 15th Avenue, which is the signal ID 2091, has the highest red arrival, which means that the signal engineer or traffic engineer needs probably look into it to see why it causing the red arrival. When it says the highest red arrival, means that most of the time when the vehicle gets close to the traffic lights, it hits the red. So that's something we need to look into and we need to improve. So here's some more a performance measure that we can receive as a return from the TTS. This is the delay by the hours, by the time of the day, either during the morning peak hour, midday, or the evening peak hour. And also gives us a breakdown of the intersection, the detail, which intersection has the highest average delay in the whole county-wide.
I don't see any delays in downtown. Here in Hollywood.
Yeah, actually, as a matter of fact, the US 1 and the Hallandale Beach Boulevard is probably
that's a bad one.
Yeah, it's a bad one because both it's a major intersection and it's close to the casino, the
shopping.
The shopping area. And it's the last intersection before we hit to the Miami-Dade, the Ventura. So it's a lot of traffic. So that concludes the TTS, the connected vehicle application. Any question? Yes.
I have one general question, and it's sort of similar to this. when you were talking about traffic signalization and letting a vehicle know how much time, the green light or what have you, my question relates to the pedestrian walkway. You know, when you punch the button and then the light flashes yellow for the pedestrian to come across. My experience has been people tend not to pay attention to that yellow blinking light, and they run it. And my question is, why don't they make it red? Because drivers tend to run yellow lights, and they don't see the pedestrian.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good point.
I know it doesn't relate to this, but this is something that my wife and I argue all the time, because I'm one that can't see it. You know, I don't see a person.
Yeah, actually, my colleague Min Tang in the following slides presentation, he's going to talk about something called the near miss, and that actually includes some of the nice video. You're going to see how this vehicle does not yield to the pedestrian or has some the dangerous crossing. But as part of this application, it does give us the information at how the vehicles operates, drives on the road, the behavior. And then from there, we can actually see if this vehicle actually run the yellow light, or they try to run the yellow light, or even they probably run the red light, something like that. Yeah.
Doug?
So,
You go.
I'm curious, so once we learn everything that's happening at these intersections and where the high congestion points are, what's the next step? What's the strategy for solving?
Adaptive traffic control system. Yeah, so Rasim just presented. Actually, that the most congested one, the US one, and the Hallandale Beach Boulevard, it's slated to install the adaptive system in the coming years. Yeah, so right now that the design is ongoing and the construction is probably gonna it's on the DOT roadway, so we have to coordinate with them as well. Yeah.
So the TTS, when do we expect that all cars will have that? I mean, not everybody can afford an Audi or a Mercedes-Benz. So is it gonna become something that's more mainstream that they use in Chevys and Fords and?
That's a good point, because so far because TTS, I think they are the OEM and the data provider. They have the contract with this European car manufacturer, such as Audi and the BMW, and another one called the Continental. I'm not very familiar with that one. And based on the information they provide, they have a plan to expand more and more to the user base. And I don't have a real timeline to say that how they're going to expand it to all the different vehicles.
Maybe perhaps I can add to that just a little bit. The data that we put out is, we put the data out. People can access the data, and so there can be other vendors similar to TTS that would be working for perhaps Chevy, Ford, or whatever it is, that will start implementing it in their vehicles. So we didn't just sign, or we didn't just have an agreement with Audi. We put the data out. Yeah. And so it depends on the market conditions. Whoever wants to access it have the capability.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that we should do it. I'm just saying it'd be nice in the marketplace.
There's an app that you can also download
really?
to your phone. Yes.
I was going to say,
it's a subscription service.
Something could be put in your own car besides something that's put in by the auto agency, which may not be building cars much longer anyway, right? Sorry for that.
Boy.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so I'm gonna jump into my next topic, which is advanced intersection sensor deployment. So it's a very important element of all the traffic light control is the detector. So the county, we have installed the detector everywhere, the whole county wide. And now that the technology is evolving, these detectors can not only detect the vehicles, but they can also be detecting the pedestrian and the bicycles. This is what I'm going to show you. This is an implementation, the test we did at the Las Olas and the A1A, the northbound approach. So you can see here, this the green box on the screen is the bicycle detection because it has an exclusive bicycle lane, and the white box is the regular vehicle detection. And you can see they are pedestrian. It's a A1A and La Source. Everybody knows it's a very heavy pedestrian intersection. So here, like when the pedestrian gets detected, it actually will activate the detection zone, and the traffic lights will know that there's a pedestrian it's crossing, and we can use that information to adjust the signal timing and the signal operation to make sure that the signal timing is operated efficiently, and also the safety can be improved. So we tested and implemented this bicycle detection at this 8 intersection already, and the brand name of this detector called Flare, and we have installed the intersection at the 07 at the Loudkill Mall Transit Hub, which is it's a pretty new intersection there, and we also installed at the signal at the Sunrise Boulevard, Greenfield Road, North Hill, Atlantic, which is close to the beach, Pines Boulevard, and the Flamingo Road. And it's another big major intersection. We installed the bicycle detection capability there, and other roadways. And also that we also exploring to install the bicycle signalization in the future. So not only we install this bicycle detector in the field, but we are also working with FDOT and MPO, Broward County MPO, selecting several locations to test if like it's a bicycle signalization can be utilized at intersection. So in the future, not only this the driver can see the signal display like regular green, red, and yellow, but also the bicycle people can also see as the pedestrian. Those are the list of the intersections that we are planning to. Oh, sorry. And we are also installing expand this program to other locations, like this 4, actually more than 4 locations, like Sheridan and A1A in the city of Hollywood, which is a very busy intersection. It's next to a county park. It has a drawbridge nearby, and it's very heavy, but it's also very pedestrian and bicycle heavy volume intersection. And again, Hallandale Beach and A1A and Flagler at Andrews Avenue in the city of in downtown area. That's it. With that, do you have any questions?
How did we come up with those locations?
Yeah, we actually worked with FDOT and MPO. We analyzed the data, not only the vehicle volume data, but also the pedestrian and the bicycle data, because the MPO and DOT, they have more data source than we do.
I don't know where Flagler Drive and Andrews Avenue came out, but there's not a lot of cars and bikes or people crossing at that spot. That's right at the railroad track. It's a strange spot for sensor deployment.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yes.
One question over here. So I was in the restroom, but I don't know if you mentioned anything about leading pedestrian intervals. Is that something that's on the radar?
Yes, of course. Yeah, we actually implemented almost close to 100 intersections with the leading pedestrian interval. We call it LPI. And we have the leading pedestrian interval pretty much on Broward Boulevard in the downtown area, Sunrise Boulevard, and also in the city of Coral Spring and the city of the Pompano Beach. Yeah, so we use the leading pedestrian interval very comprehensively, in this area.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So I guess no more questions. So thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mintang.
Thank you, Charlie. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Ms. Vice Chair, and members of the board. Again, Lin Tong, the Traffic Engineering Division. I'm going to brief you on the near-miss traffic incident identification system and how the technology may benefit Broward County. Near-miss traffic events are not actual traffic crashes, but they can be used to identify the real issues affecting road safety. The Mobility Advancement Program has tasked the University of Florida to evaluate the implementation of near-miss technology for safety enhancement in Broward County. UF algorithm transform fisheye camera into automatic video data that provide insights on traffic flow and near-miss patterns. With the insight, county traffic professionals can proactively address safety issues and help reduce fatalities and serious injuries in traffic collisions. In the following slides, I'm going to show you some local examples identified or captured by the project team. In these examples, traffic video data collected from the intersection at Sterling Roads and North 68 Avenues were used as input. There's only one fisheye camera installed at the intersection, and the camera is installed on the master arm above the signal head facing west. So just give you a quick orientation of the intersections. This will be east, west, north, south. So east-west is Sterling Road, and the north-south is 68 Avenue. And the first near-miss example is about pedestrian crossing violations. Please pay attention to the area circled in red on the top. A pedestrian was standing on the crosswalk, attempting to cross Sterling Road during a steady don't walk phase. So the pedestrian got trapped in the middle of the road. The second example is about cyclist crossing violation. Please pay attention to the area on the left. There was a cyclist attempting to cross 68 Avenue during a steady don't walk phase. You see those cyclists approaching, and then one kept going and almost got hit.
Ooh.
For these specific intersections, one possible explanation for this kind of behavior is that the north-south approaches are operated under split faces. Split facing is a type of a signal facing scheme that separate vehicle conflicts by assigning right-of-way sequentially to two opposing approaches. So in this case, green phase given to for example, the northbound, all movements, so left to right, before it go to serve on the southbound direction. So when the cyclist approaching this intersection, this person see that the red bulb, so assume it's safe to cross. And in fact, if the person look at the signal on his left-hand side, he can see that the person can see that it's in fact a green phase for the other direction. The third example is about, I'm sorry, didn't push, okay. The next example is about vehicles not yielding to cyclists that probably match what has been raised prior. A cyclist was waiting on crosswalk to across Sterling Road, and that right-turning vehicles doesn't yield to that pedestrian. Okay, so another example, this is about vehicle-to-vehicle near miss. And for this one, this is regarding two vehicles encroaching the movement of left-turning vehicles. So those vehicles are close to each other. So that classifies as a near miss. Okay, so this is will be the final example I'm going to show you today. This is regarding right-hand on red vehicles encroaching the movement of through vehicles. So those are the examples I'm going to show you today, and the project team is scheduled to present additional findings and results to you when you are back to your first board meeting in 2024. And with that, I conclude, the TD concludes our presentation, and I will be happy to answer any question you may have.
I think we have some questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, one quick comment. I see this a lot on Broward Boulevard, right downtown, right across from Las Olas, so like US 1 and Broward. And it's kind of interesting because actually a fair number of people cross there now, right? So you would think that people would be looking, but I've had it happen to me, like when you're crossing over Broward, the cars that are turning right, they just simply don't stop, right? Like it's red and they just keep going. They're just not looking for pedestrians. So it's interesting to think, how can we make this place more walkable and safe? Because you have to be looking from every direction as it currently stands. It's really not safe. You have to be looking at those cars to make sure they're going to actually see you. So I would just be curious as to what do we really do about it, especially in those sort of scenarios where people are clearly supposed to stop and at least look, even if they're going to cruise through, at least give a look. It's just people simply are not paying attention. So I do think I go back to, systems are great, but the educational awareness or people need to feel like it's safe to actually walk somewhere and bike somewhere, and I don't think they do right now.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. Identification is the beginning of solving a problem, right? We just need to know what caused the problem, and the next step is to find a solution to address the issue. And the project first phase is going through the identification process. In the second phase, the project team is going to work with county to develop solutions for implementation to see if any kind of action adopted can help address some of the safety issues that you brought up, and conduct before and after assessment on that. Some known solution will be, for example, if there's a conflict between right-turning vehicles on red, then no right-turn on red is allowed at that intersection, may be implemented. And if there's any kind of conflict with permitted left, maybe we'll take out permitted and only allow protected. So there are some known solutions available. We just need to see how effective those solutions are going to be for specific location.
I just wanted to follow up on that as well. The right on red issue is huge. I see it all the time when I'm walking around here, and I think that's the solution to eliminate it. In most major intersections where pedestrians have to be looking left and right, and that's also where leading pedestrian intervals come in, because if you allow the pedestrian to cross before, let's say, the left-hand lane starts to get their green, then you get them out of the way, and then traffic can continue to flow. And yeah, that's my take on that. I think that would be the solution.
Yeah.
You actually answered my question, what's next? You're in the process of you answered my question, was you're in the process of identifying the issues, and then we'll find out, hopefully, solutions to protect our cyclists and our pedestrians. Thank you.
Okay, so what are the goals? Like the total goal of when we're going to have traffic adaptive systems, and when we have something that, because people ask us, we're in meetings, they talk about Surtax, we're the ones that are supposed to vocalize what's happening out into the public. What's the goal for getting our county fully operational adaptive systems countywide? And how many years, that kind of thing. 10 years, 20 years, 5 years, 15?
So, great question. As you guys have seen in the last couple of years, as we bring forth projects into the program and so forth, we have a number of adaptive projects that are under construction right now. There's the two closest ones that we have are working in conjunction with FDOT. A1A is one of them, along from Broward, right on that area. University Avenue from Broward down to Peters or so, that's another one. Both of them would be, don't remember the exact schedule right off, but it would be early part, middle part of next year. They should be online operational.
I know, but so I saw the different intersections you're working on, and I know you're working on some pilots and some other things. But if I were putting together a project that had 14 buildings in 5 square blocks, I would tell my investors, phase 1 is starting next year, and by the end of the decade, I will have the whole project complete. Yeah. So I want to know, I don't want to know what we're working on today. When do you think, or are we setting dates of completion of certain levels of service? Yeah. What are those levels of service, and where is the ultimate goal, and when will that be accomplished?
Yeah. I mean, it's in terms of, the program itself. When we first laid out the Surtax program, 30-year program, and our goal was to, in terms of technology, was to do two things. One is we wanted the fiber network to be in place as quickly as possible, because that's the backbone that you need for a lot of new technologies and that type of thing. So in general, a lot of our fiber projects, we scheduled it to be done within the first 10 to 15 years of the program, because we need the backbone first. The second part that we also work concurrently, but at a little bit slower time pace, was the adaptive projects, because you need the fiber first. So in terms of our adaptive projects, I think we laid out about either 22 or 23 overall segments that we're going to do adaptive projects in the county. And my recollection is that those projects were laid out within the first 20 years of the program. So that's kind of the way we spaced them, and there's good reasons for that, because one of the things that we wanted to do too is that when we started with adaptive, and it's still really currently where we're at, is that it's an evolving technology. Things continue to improve as we go forth. So what we want to make sure is that as we go, we also learn along the way. That the first couple projects is going to teach us a little bit something about the type of technology and the way they're evolving, so that we can make improvements to the program as we go forth. But so that's sort of the general game plan.
So 15 years from now, since we've already started, we've been into it for 5.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
A follow-up to that may be going to be part of our presentation 3, which is the public outreach, because this presentation, part of this presentation, I think would be good to take to the public that might answer some of Alan's people's questions. What are we doing? When's it going to happen? Because I think this is rather insightful to see what we're doing, and people don't even know we're working.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair, am I correct?
Your mic's not on.
Oh, it goes green beeping when it's been on for too long. Am I correct that under our next outreach plan, we may hear about how we're going to be promoting some of this stuff, specifically this president?
I'll when we get to that, I will also talk to you a little bit about the way that we collaborate with our agencies and some of the other. There's actually a movie that's playing out there that's trying to tell the story of all the things that we're doing that you can't see.
Okay, after the Surtax audit.
Yes.
Okay. So we're ready for the Surtax audit? Okay. Laura?
Yes. Okay. There we go. Hello, everybody. I'm here to present for you the Office of the County Auditor's fiscal year 2024 audit plan as it relates to Surtax. The County Auditor, Bob Melton, could not be here today. He sends his regrets, his regards, and myself and Jen. To start off with, today what we're going to present to you is the 2024 audit plan. We're going to update you on what our fiscal year 2023 completed activities are. And we're also going to talk a little bit about the overall planning process, which maybe we also presented last year, but it's always good to have a recap and present again to our new members. So to get started, why do we prepare an annual audit plan? Well, Broward County is a very large organization, billions of dollars of funding, hundreds of programs, and hundreds of vendors and contracts. So as much as Robert Melton might like us to audit everything every year, obviously we can't do that. So we create a plan to kind of focus our staffing and our efforts at the most important, maybe high risk or high dollar value programs, also to rotate different programs, different agencies that are reviewed at all different times. So it really helps us focus our efforts, be more effective, be more efficient, and make sure that we have coverage across the county as best as we can. And it also helps to inform stakeholders where those efforts are going and to have that kind of understanding. The types of audit services we provide, a small portion of the work completed by our office is what we call advisory or consulting services, which could be attendance at different meetings. Maybe we're asked different questions, not exactly from an audit, but different offices sometimes have a question, want our feedback, want a different perspective. So we're always doing different things like that. And often we might issue what we call advisory memorandums. So not an audit report, but sort of putting forth our advice in writing. And then, of course, we have direct audit services. Those are, I think everybody kind of knows the financial audit, looking at some of the dollars and cents. A compliance audit would be how well are we following certain rules, regulations, procedures, and practices. And we also do what we call performance audits, which are kind of inherent in everything that we do, looking at the effectiveness and efficiency of the programs. Are they accomplishing their goals? Are they doing what they set out to do? How are we operationally running, and the controls that are in place to make sure everything's happening the way they should? Audits can be reoccurring. For example, we may be looking at purchasing cards, and that might be something that we periodically continue to do. Other times we have what we call a one-time audit, which is really a focus on one particular project, taking a deep dive look into it, but not really expecting to go back the next year, with the caveat that we always do try to perform follow-up audits. So if we have a recommendation for improvement, we may come back and look at that program a year or two later and see how well they did in implementing all of those changes. And then we sometimes have surprise audits, which might be based on just something that you really want to snapshot in time. Most of that relates to cash handling or security type measures. And all of our actual audit activities are conducted in accordance with generally accepted government auditing standards. We do prepare an official plan each year, which we present to the Board of County Commissioners in a report. Surtax activity will be included in that plan. The plan is not yet released for 2024, so you're all getting an advanced preview. Shh, don't tell anybody. But what is included in the plan and how we develop that plan, it could come based on requests from commissioners, county administration, or management. Our staff does take time to meet with directors of all different divisions to kind of get their feedback on where they might think that there's a risk or a program that they would like looked at. The county auditor always has discretion to add to that plan based on what he feels may be a risk or an important service that we need to look at. And then we do also have additional activities based on complaints that we may be receiving that may trigger an investigation. A plan is meant to be flexible, even though it guides our activities. It's not something set in stone. Sometimes an audit may take more time, occasionally less time than we anticipated. So we always have to be prepared to adjust, especially if we get additional requests during the year or those investigations. So anything that's not looked at 1 year generally rolls forward to the next year. Everything also depends a little bit on the resources that we have. So it's a plan, but again, we're always flexible. And looking forward for fiscal year 2024, the plan that we have, Surtax does fund one position for our office. I'm the primary liaison assigned. And then you do get the benefit of our entire office, from the county auditor to the deputy county auditor, administrative support, and our full audit staff. Advisory and consulting services generally take up about 20% of our effort. That's attendance at these meetings, as well as the county auditor attends the Broward County Board of County Commissioner meetings. We're always reviewing the agenda items with a focus on what is presented to the county commissioners regarding Surtax, so we're looking at that. If there is any request for assistance on negotiations of Surtax funded agreements, usually highway construction or somebody else will reach out to us. We also review all solicitations that are being released, RFP, not all solicitations, not all bids, but mostly what we call RFPs, requests for proposals or qualifications, and some of those are, again, specifically Surtax related. And whenever we do these kinds of services, whether it's a review of the solicitation or following up on other questions, we may issue an advisory memo. And then I am going to pass the clicker to my colleague Jed, who will present our audit activity for 2024.
Great, thank you, Laura. My name is Jed Shank. I'm one of the audit managers along with Laura in the office. I'll put my name up here so you can see who I am. I'm going to cover the specific audits, specific projects that we have planned for this year. And then after that, I'm going to go into some of the deliverables and accomplishments that we had for this past year. We have 3 specific projects planned for this year, and I'm going to go into each one. The first one of those is an audit of MAP contract administration practices. This planned project was requested by MAP. We're going to be working with them together and identify any opportunities for improvements in how their contracts are administered. The second project that we have planned is an audit of the municipality agreement, project funding agreement. We're going to be looking at least one of the project funding agreements and looking at a variety of items, including compliance, deliverables, invoice processing, et cetera, and be looking for any opportunities for improvement with those contracts. The third primary project that we have planned is going to be an analysis of municipality fund distributions. With that project, we're going to be analyzing how the funds are distributed across the municipalities, the equity of those distributions, and if those are in accordance with the approved plans. In addition to those 3 planned projects, we do a lot of, as Laura touched on some of these, we do other related projects. And these are not necessarily 100% Surtax funded, but they are partially Surtax funded and very much related. And those include projects. These are 2 of them within the Transportation Department, which will cover an audit of paratransit service provider contracts. Yes, sir.
My question really comes right now to timing. There is a discussion currently ongoing relative to the distribution and performance of the municipality agreements relative to the Surtax. A discussion with the cities and the county about potential changes in our authorizing ordinances. Will these audits that you are discussing now, and because they have direct impact relative to that negotiated amendments, if any, for the ordinance changes, will they be available in the short term relative to how those discussions are ongoing, or what is planned to account for that? I would think you would want to have the most current information from the audit in order to negotiate or renegotiate or make changes to the ordinance.
One of the things I can say from our office's perspective is Laura covered the advisory services that we provide. So for something like that, it would not be a matter of waiting on
the audit plan.
Correct. We are available. We can work collaboratively with MAP and other stakeholders if there's things in development, things that we can comment on.
I just don't want to get in a situation where county admin and the board have taken the positions that is contrary to what the audit might in fact show.
Understood. We'll be working closely with them.
I have a follow-up question regarding the analysis of municipality fund distributions. The map you had shown. The Surtax dollars for municipalities are only a small percentage of what we're spending, and I have seen projects listed that affect municipalities that are done by the county. Are we looking at, this is the money for the municipalities, here's the money spent by the county in these municipalities, which changes the actual, let's put it this way, regardless of who's paying for it, who's doing the work, it's in my city, okay? Will we be able to see that, or is that?
Thank you for that. Yes, as we scope that project, that sounds like an important consideration. So we'll scope it to include consideration of that, looking at both the money directly to the municipalities as well as county projects.
And then see them combined. It's very interesting.
Certainly. No, that would be an important analysis and important perspective.
I have one question regarding the audit of municipal agreements. You said you're going to review and
Turn it
select.
on and off.
It's on. You say you're going to review and select one. That concerns me because we have some municipalities that don't seem to meet their obligations, and we don't know why. So I'd like to see one who has been successful and meet all of the goals and objectives, and those that are having problems, so we have an understanding of why they are missing the boat.
Understood. So as we scope that project, our plans for this year are to do at least one, and certainly there are many. So that's going to be ongoing over each year. There's going to be continued audits of those agreements. And so as we look at that and how do we select that, I think what I'm hearing from you is to in our selection to take a look. Certainly we're going to look at, just like we do with our audit plan, we look at risk factors. Look at any kinds of, whether it be a red flag or what we hear from the different stakeholders. We'll use that in selection of one, but also to get a good picture, we'll also do some type of a randomized selection as well. With that covers the first part of what I wanted to present. That's our audit plan for the next year, those three specific projects, as well as the two projects that are going to be within the Transportation Department. The next thing I'd like to cover are the accomplishments for this past year. The first project that we did was an audit in the Highway and Bridge Maintenance Division of the Oakland Park Bridge Rehabilitation Project. We primarily looked at how that project, the construction was procured and estimated, and we looked at whether invoices were adequately reviewed. We found that the project was properly procured and estimated, with some exceptions noted, and we found that invoices were adequately reviewed. Specifically, and a couple points I want to make about this project is we work very collaboratively with the division in completing this. And I want to point out that this project was very interesting because the division used a very innovative method for performing this particular bridge rehabilitation. A couple opportunities for improvement that we found was some improvements in how it was procured with regard to the use of open-end and master agreements. And we also identified an opportunity for improvement with regard to how those kind of new and innovative methods are reflected in the procurement documents.
Excuse me, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Wasn't this, Tony's still here, I think. Wasn't this the bridge that was actually...
No. That's Sheridan's.
Pardon?
That's a different bridge.
Different bridge.
Different bridge? No question.
Yes, sir. The second project that we completed this year was, as Laura mentioned, we do follow-ups to make sure that the recommendations are appropriately implemented. And so we did a follow-up of our prior year audit of the Transportation Department's Community Shuttle Program. With that audit, we actually had very good results. There were no non-implemented recommendations. And in fact, of the 17 recommendations in the original report, 10 were implemented and 7 were partially implemented. 2 that were of significance, I think, that were partially implemented and have plans to get to full implementation include reporting metrics to the appropriate level of governance. Those are being tracked internally, and management is going to be including those in their annual reports, and that's going to be available in the coming months. The other area had to do with establishing enforcement practices to address underutilized routes. And the system, as we understand, is continuing to recover from the COVID pandemic and continuing to evolve. So some of those enforcement measures have had to be pushed off, but those are in process and they're working their way to full implementation. With that, I'm going to transition back over to Laura Rogers for the completion of our presentation. And I see a question.
Oh, yeah, I have a question. Let me see the mic.
So
It's on.
green? No, it's on when it's red. When it's green, you got to turn it on.
We should have mic bloopers for all of us trying to figure out these mics. All right. This works. Okay. All right, it's working. So I just wanted to kind of bring up the topic of risk assessment that was on some of the beginning slides, right? So in my technical training as an auditor, I'm used to risk-based audits, right? And when you have a GAAP environment, GAAP audited financials, you're saying, hey, what's the risk, right, that could bleed into this area of the financials, and you kind of audit around that. So in this environment, it's interesting, right? Because it's the risk aren't necessarily just in the balances, right? There's a risk in all sorts of things, everything from public perception to delivering on the program. I mean, all sorts of things, to maybe rolling things out too slowly. Maybe some things are not working as good as they should, and they should be, pushed outside versus internal. So my question is, we have this audit plan, which we've said is kind of flexible. When was this determined, right? And what is the risk assessment process? Like, what does that look like? And is this part of it right now, right? Because I would think one thing that I didn't see that I would think you would see in a risk assessment process is coming to us officially and saying, hey, where do you see the risk? Like, if we're going to have, and maybe this is the time to do that, maybe we're doing it right now, but I would think that there would be, an interface to say, where do you think the risks are? And I say that because we're here representing the public, essentially, right? And my concern with something like this is that, we are paying for one position, and it is an internal department. And I know you guys are independent, and I'm sure you take that very seriously, and I don't doubt that for 1 minute. But the reality is, it is internal to the county, right? So I think as much interface as we can have in bringing things up from quote unquote the outside, I think that's really important. Because I mean, for some of these things, I see the projects, and I wonder the efficacy of them. Like the community shuttle thing, for example. Are we looking at, is it being underutilized or utilized properly? I don't know what exactly you guys are looking at, but I do think for those of us with an accounting background and thinking in these terms, or really for the whole board, maybe there should be a little more interplay between us and what this plan is maybe.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think those are excellent comments and very well taken. You actually summarized the risk assessment process that we do very well, and you made an important distinction about it not being only purely numerical-based financial as would with the financial statement audit. There's a lot of qualitative factors that go in, and you listed some of those, so thank you for that. The risk assessment process is both ongoing, but it also has a formalized aspect to it. We have our internal documents that we update each year with our different factors and different quantitative and qualitative assessments to get there. And part of obtaining those assessments are hearing feedback from stakeholders such as yourselves. We do formally meet with county management. We do formally solicit feedback from the county commission. And county management includes meeting with our MAP administrator for feedback, and I think feedback from this body would be very, very welcome as well, and that's something that we can look to formally soliciting as well.
Yeah, I think that would be great. And I mean, because this program is just very unique, right? So it kind of is maybe sets new ground for how you guys look at things, because there's, in my mind, new risk, right? Because you have this huge pot of public dollars, and I'm constantly thinking about the public perception versus the results, right? And the timing and all of these things. So I would hope that we could, kind of drive some of that and some of what you guys are doing, just to make sure that things are coming kind of from the outside and say, hey, why don't we take a look at this or that?
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, it's very important to us to get your feedback incorporated into that plan. Great. Well, with that, I'm going to transition back over to Laura Rogers.
Hello again. I just wanted to touch on one other transportation-related audit that we completed. This was a follow-up review of an audit of Transit Division's information technology systems. And
No.
oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought somebody was asking me to wait.
We lost the speaker, Laura. We lost the
audio.
Okay. Do you want me to wait or shout?
A lot. There we go.
We'll see if yours
Okay. Can you hear me now?
To the microphone.
Can you hear me now? All right. Hello. Hello.
I think we might have lost the mic.
We're not a telephone.
Thank you so much. We're almost at the end. Thank you. All right. So to recap, there was one other, not directly Surtax funded related audit, but one related to Transit Division, and we looked at, we conducted a follow-up audit of their information technology services. That was issued in February of this past year. And I'll also note within this presentation, we provided links to the reports that are issued. So anybody who wants a little bit more detail on that, please feel free to take a look. And in this one, the original report was completed back in, the end of 2019, beginning of the 2020 fiscal year. We had 30 recommendations regarding information technology. From those, we had 20 implemented, 10 partially implemented. And what partially implemented really means is that the agency is still in progress. Maybe things are taking a little bit longer, or maybe there's some sort of additional refinement. But overall, this is considered a good follow-up review. And lastly, I just want to come back to some of the advisory memorandums that were issued. And these were all this year based on reviews of solicitations. And what we do for these, we're very much a part of the solicitation planning process, and we do some sort of like quality assurance review in our own perspective in reviewing those solicitations. So we might be looking at things about qualifications, if there's a potential for a conflict of interest, or if we need separation of services between design entities and construction inspection services entities. We might look at pricing if that's applicable to the solicitation, and just making sure that competition is fair and open, and that we're striving to get the most qualified vendors for whatever project it is that we're initiating. So some of these were just some examples. You do have that Sheridan Street Bridges on there. And these are things that we do work very closely, usually with highway construction, on getting these out. Yes?
I have a question. So are these advisory memoranda issued to make the project better?
In some cases,
they should have done differently?
No, this is as the project is being initiated. So this is trying to get a vendor to provide those design services or those construction services. In the case of the Sheridan Street Bridge, that's going to be design build services. So we're looking at the actual solicitation itself, trying to make sure that, open competition is there. We're clearly describing the program, the qualifications that we need, and making sure just that the document itself is very consistent. Sometimes it can be very complicated. And making sure the instructions are clear with a goal of, again, getting the best vendor, but also reducing protests or complications that could delay the procurement. So we're trying to help the agencies advertise the best procurement that they can, which in turn quickly gets us the best vendors for the projects.
Thank you.
Okay, and that essentially wraps up our presentation. Does anybody have any additional questions?
Seeing none, thank you.
Okay, then thank you all for your interest today.
Thank you.
Oh, you can leave it there.
Okay.
It's fine, because we have another presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then
Public
I'll swap that out for you.
All right, can everybody hear me? Okay, great. Hello, greetings, members of the board. I have the distinct pleasure of being the one standing between you and lunch today. So I will go by the public information motto of be brief, be brilliant, and be gone. So I'm Tashana Wilson, your marketing manager here at Broward. And I want to start off by thanking you, Oversight Board members, for your support during fiscal year 23, those of you who attended our public events, those of you who shared our social media and digital materials, and of course, those of you who engaged with our lovely animated annual report and our public perception outreach initiatives. So thank you. So to get started with the presentation of fiscal year 24's public outreach plan, I wanted to start off by showing you our org chart. So it's a overarching and general overview of MAP admin and the different agencies we work with. So, of course, you see Broward County Commission and, of course, the Broward County Office of Public Communications, which we fall under that umbrella when it comes to our public outreach efforts. You see, of course, yourselves, Oversight Board, who we have our direct connection to, and as we span out into the different agencies, the municipalities participating in the surtax, and then, of course, OESBD, Broward County Transit, and you'll see in green there, the port and the airport, which, excuse me, which from our previous meetings, you'll know that we're going to engage with them more in the coming years. So this is just general buckets, as I like to call them, of what I do. This is definitely not the limitations. These are just the overarching categories by which performance is trackable, and these are kind of the key performance indicator buckets that my responsibilities fall under. So I don't want to spend too much time there. Just wanted to give you a highlight of that. So moving on to our accomplishments, I will definitely say and point out the ones that are most directly aligned with our fiscal year 24 goals, which of course is the increased branding of transit infrastructure, which we've already started in the last year with our community shuttles, buses, and more. And there's more to come. Our paratransit, which you'll see in the following slides. Also, boosting media coverage and national recognition, which we always keep you abreast when those things come along, like when we got our NACO award for the Public Perception Survey and Focus Group efforts of 2022. Also, the multilingual demographics of Broward County. We already do have materials available both digitally and in print, some out there in our little activation area, available to the public who speak another language, of course, in the most commonly spoken languages of Broward County, Spanish, Haitian Creole, Portuguese. And we want to do more and continue to expand upon that as our demographics continue to change and evolve and become more diverse. And then, of course, our web and social media development, which we'll touch on more. As you can see there, the followers across platforms as of the end of the fiscal year, and the different coverage and things of that nature. So moving right along. So as always, the common purpose and goal is to continuously broaden our outreach. So this plan was created just as a guide, and it's clear here that the goals we set will not only touch fiscal year 2024, we'll continue to build upon that or even flow over into the coming 5 years. So, telling our story. This is probably one of my favorite slides, only because that's, since coming and joining on this team in December 2020, I came on the brink of our rebrand to Matt Broward. And the whole premise of that was to connect. And it's still something. I'll acknowledge the elephant in the room. Of course, there is the disconnect. And what we're continuously doing is retelling and retelling the story. I like to liken it to the movie industry currently. As you see, probably trending out there with movies and certain, so to speak, already standing big trilogies that are already out there. Your Marvels, your Star Wars. What are they doing? They're going back. They're going to the origin stories. They're retelling and retelling. Even Harry Potter is going back and backwards. So you want to always continuously engage the public by retelling and retelling the story. They'll never get tired of it. They'll never get bored of it. And it's something that will continuously help us connect the public from the education campaign to what we are now, the full-fledged 30-year program of mobility advancement, program of Broward. So as you see there, our logo's transitioning. We will continue to do that and elaborate on that story and our origins. Oops. Here we go. So I have this video playing here, and I'll just talk a little bit over that. It shows the current branding, as I touched on before, of our Broward County Transit Surtax funded and enhanced projects. There's opportunities to increase. It gives you the baseline number there. And we, in collaboration with BCT, Broward County Transit, we continue to increase the volume of branded signage for the Surtax funded projects. Starting with the transit infrastructure pieces, over 300 that we already have, shelters and stops, which are perfect opportunities to the public to see it, to touch it, and to directly connect the brand to the projects that we're funding and communicating those as well. And we also want to dab into what we've talked about in previous meetings, the advertisement packages, getting out on the bus wraps, the bench wraps, and so on and so forth. And of course, cross promotion on our social media and digital channels. And BCT has an awesome Transit Flash e-newsletter that has a large subscriber count, and I'll let Corey and Tim speak on that, who will be speaking on things of that nature in their communicative and public outreach efforts following lunch. So second goal, increasing multicultural outreach and education efforts. So according to the census, it shows you the top 3 most spoken languages, and we've already, like I said, created the multi-language materials, attended the events. The key is collaboration, partnerships, ads, radio spots for even some cultural diasporas who listen more to the radio than other demographics. So those are a list of the tactics there. And even local influencers, engaging with those that are voices, trusted voices in the communities, in the Spanish, Portuguese, and Haitian diasporas of Broward County. So, goal 3, we hear you guys. We're always making sure that we pay attention to what our board members have given us feedback from. And with that, we're going to make more concerted efforts for our media placements and public outreach in the media, starting with local, expanding to national. We already have our running list of media contacts that are all good, that are constantly being updated, and we'll be more active on that front. So next goal, establishing a new website to increase the number of our unique visitors. That's another outreach effort on the digital front, because as we know, most people are getting their news in regards to the media on the website. Everything tracks back to the website. So We are developing a new one, as we've told you in previous meetings, and this is just the baseline of what our current Broward.org URL stands at. And we are working with OPC, and we've been giving the green light to start up a new one. So we are undergoing that process, soon to kick off in the coming months. So we're super excited about that, to hopefully present to you a brand new website in 2024. Increasing engagement on social media. Of course, we already have our 5 platforms: Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter/X. And we also have a Reddit account, and we are continuously checking those. We have a new social media strategy that's kicking off in November. So we're excited to see the performance across platforms to continue to grow, and also re-engaging with influencers on social media that I mentioned before. That should also kick back to this goal. And those are just some tactics. And with that, I'm excited to even point out here that this will be led by an incoming public information specialist. So you all know that that was my former title. So I'm happy to say that we're undergoing the hiring process. And so hopefully by the next meeting, we'll have somebody to introduce to you to join the team. So what's on the horizon? Almost there. You guys awake? Stay with me. So for fiscal year 2024 that we're now in and beyond, these are just a list of the things that you'll see. More videos, more collaboration, more local and regional partnerships, drone videos, of course, because we love to get that nice span of the projects that we have out there currently, especially the big ones that are coming, like the Miramar Parkway / Pembroke Road. Super exciting. Storyboards, 3D project visualizations, like the construction team mentioned in their earlier presentation. We have the AR/VR pods coming hopefully very soon. So that we plan to gamify some visuals to really make it an engaging public space. Reactivation of our core Surtax team. And then, of course, the things I mentioned before, and coming groundbreaking events that I will continuously invite and alert you all of. We have some hopefully on the horizon in the coming months as well. And, of course, this Surtax Plaza, continuing to roll out the accessibility and the opportunities available to the public of this space. Super excited to utilize it and convert it into awesome ways. So speaking of this space, so at present, this is kind of our public outreach rollout that one of you mentioned earlier, of how are we getting the public's engagement in this space particularly. So, of course, the conference rooms are already up and available for reservation for our county agency teams. So those of you out there, you're welcome to come and have a team meeting or training or what have you. In the coming months, we plan for a grander rollout activation event that you all will be invited to. And, of course, launch a PSA at the top of the new year to our county staff to continue to promote the incoming facilities, like we mentioned, like the AR/VR and things of that nature. And then hopefully sometime in spring, the grand opening event that we mentioned. Is there more? How can I serve you best? Is there more that you would like to see? Any questions? You all have the floor.
Who has a mic?
So, I think, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think we're doing great physically, and the event rollouts, all that, it's great. I mean, and you don't know, it's something we have to provide. You want people to show up. It's just, we need to do that. I think that's great. I think a lot of the content is great. Where we're just missing it is on digital. To have 1,700 followers on all those platforms after all this time is too low. And we have to know what we don't know here, and we should engage someone external to run that count up. And the reason is because when people see that and it's so low, it's hard to even get momentum. You have to get momentum right first, and then people will see the content more, right? It's like we're too hidden. A website is good, but websites are kind of dinosaurs too, right? And we do have across all different age groups and different types of people. So a website, I think that's great. But all this content is too hidden. We have to do something with socials. We started off, I know we were talking to external firms that have the expertise to just, I'll just say it like this, just run up those numbers. That's a quantitative metric that's too low.
So we just got under agreement, did a work authorization and did a kickoff with a firm, a private firm, and one of their only major deliverables and goals, and they are going to come and talk to you, by the way, at the first meeting in 2024, is to get our followers way up over baseline. And they were able to demonstrate that they were capable of doing that with their previous work and their references, which is, exactly what we need. And we know that. Yeah. We completely understand that. It's the same issue with the website. It's why the director of the Office of Public Communications asked us to get off Broward's website a year ago. The problem is we have to have the technology in place to be able to support a website of our size, including the dashboard, and being able to host that in a secure place on the cloud and have a subscription service is something that the county hasn't done before. So we're pushing the county into new places, and it requires a lot of evaluation from a security standpoint. So we hear you, we completely agree, and we are definitely working on it.
Yeah,
Do you want to add anything?
And with that, it is the numbers, and it's also, I'm sure you're thinking of this also, but it's also, we don't want those to all be bots at the end of the day. But you do, and maybe there's a way that they look at that they can prove out, the authenticity and that people are actually engaging. Because there's another thing you see on social media too, is you can have accounts that have literally hundreds of thousands of followers, but there's not a lot of engagement, right? And if you go and look at the engagement, that's where the magic is. You start to see, right? So then you step back from that. Like once we get the numbers up, we can step back and say, okay, different age groups, like what is going to actually cause people to come and interact, right? And maybe we do have to do smaller little bits of information. We have to appeal to different demographics and that sort of thing. It's a game. It's a silly game, right? Like social media, but it's what it is now in different industries and stuff. So I'm happy to hear that. That's good.
Excellent.
Yes, and I'm happy to hear mention of the things you brought up, which speak directly to the points and the goals that I had in this presentation. None of them are mutually exclusive. They all impact one another. So I look forward to seeing that all contribute to our digital efforts.
All right. So, first of all, how long has it been since you've been here?
3 years in December.
3 years, but you started in this marketing role about a year ago. In this new role?
In marketing manager, actually, in the official title, receive a couple of months, but acting for about a year since September.
Okay, good. So I know, when you're working on a project like this, the baseline initially, just trying to establish the structure takes time. I mean, we went through it as a board in our first year, just trying to figure out what the magic is. So I want to applaud you because I think you made some great strides in getting us to where we are.
Thank you.
And I really love your energy and the positivity, and I love the fact that you continue to listen to us and to hear what we're saying. The one thing I wanted to add is that as you are building this history of impact in terms of marketing and PR, I would like to see us do a side-by-side profile of how the numbers are growing, right? So we can really speak to the efforts in a quantifiable way. Whatever your baseline was back when we started, and I know some of it was COVID and so on and so forth, but how we're growing our network of engagement, whatever those different sectors are. And certainly engaging with communities that are not necessarily mainstream, but they listen to other media, radio shows and so on, that you are getting the word out on those, because a lot of those people are the ones actually riding the bus, right?
Right.
So we want to make sure we're engaging them. So, but that's it. I'm just really excited for you and your growth, and for seeing where we are going in terms of getting the word out. So thank you.
Thank you. And heard.
Oh, we do have one more.
Just wanted to add one more thing. As far as outreach, I think that there's a growing number of people who are becoming interested in let's say, urbanist-related topics, like a lot of the projects that we roll out. And it's just a matter of getting in touch with those groups locally, too, and seeing, what they would like. And yeah, just online as well. I think most of them, hang out online on places like Reddit or Discord or what have you. So yeah, that's my thought on that.
Yes.
And faith-based.
Yep.
Yes, of course. We try to reach wherever we can under, of course, the umbrella and the allowance of our county. But yes, we are looking for you all. We are going, I say we, even though it's a one-woman show currently, but outsourcing and touching the groups and activating ambassadors of these local focus groups, community interest groups, whether it's the Bikers of Fort Lauderdale or it's the Broward Urbanist Enthusiasts, whatever the title is, we're making more concerted efforts to touch the local influences and, like I said before, the trusted voices within those smaller niche groups. So thank
and
you.
our municipal partners should be a serious stakeholder in helping us market the efforts.
Oh yes, I want to give a shout out to all of my municipal PIOs if you're around. Thank you for sharing and resharing all the content that I've been giving you all in email blasts over the last year. So yes, we will continue to always engage with our municipalities because they help make this thing go. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're ready to break for lunch if you all are. And your badge appointments, if you want to eat first, if you need to take a break and do some work, if you need whatever. We're going to have a longer lunch break than we normally do to make sure that every one of you is able to get your badges. And then once everyone is back and everyone is eaten, then we will resume with the Transportation Department's update.
What order do you want to do on the badges?
Roy, did you have specific appointment times?
I don't.
I didn't think so. Yeah, I think it's really up to you all. If you'd rather take a break and eat and then go get your badges, it really doesn't matter. They're ready for us, but it will be a one at a time. Yeah, that's fine. Take Anthea, yeah.
I'll go with you to get it back.
So where is it? Just needs to.
Or do you want it to go out?
Testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
I think Alejandro is walking in, and you can go ahead and
All right.
call the meeting back up. Oh, wait.
We're ready to. We're ready to move into Transportation Department updates. Corey Cuff, there she is. Hello. Good afternoon.
And good afternoon.
Yeah, those things are not.
They take a second to pick you up.
Hello? Hello? No.
As long as it's red when you turn it on.
Yeah, it's
It
red.
picks it up better if you sing.
If I sing? Oh, no, you don't want to hear me sing. That's the end of the meeting. And hearing as you know it. Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and fellow Surtax board members. I'm really happy to be here today to share some updates and what's been happening at Transportation, what we're looking forward to in this upcoming year. I was just here before you a little while ago, so some of this may sound repetitious, but I'm just trying to keep you informed on some of the things we're excited to talk about. So we just had the American Public Transportation Association, which is our trade organization, conference in Orlando. And during that conference, all the transportation professionals from around the world actually come in and either showcase their wares or also engage and speak with one another. It's a great exchange of information. We were asked to allow one of our new MCI buses, our electric buses, to be featured at the event, and it looked gorgeous. I have to send Gretchen some pictures so you can see it. Oh, cool. But it was showroom shiny, and it had that very new car, new bus smell to it. And so that's the first delivery that we're expecting here in Broward. The bus is actually here, of our coach buses. And these are the buses that actually go from Broward County into Miami. Those are that express service that we have from our park and ride lots. So we're one step closer to electrifying our fleet. And we also have another bus that is coming behind that sometime in December. So it's a motor coach, Greyhound type bus. We also took delivery and acceptance of 6 of our regular electric buses. So now we have a total of 15 in service. We have one that is having a little challenge. It's not really up to snuff, and we're not ready to put it out on the street yet. But we're going through our post-delivery inspection process to evaluate it before we let it out. We also have 15 more in the factory that are off the production line, and we're actually have staff up there looking at and checking out. And once they're released, we will have them come here. We'll do local post-delivery inspection, and they will be out in service hopefully within the next couple of months too. So that will double our fleet of electric buses. And then we also have 9 more in the production cycle at the plant, Proterra plant. We talked about that a little bit at the last meeting.
So did we get over hiccups with the batteries and all that?
So for the most part we did, yes. So they're in service. We are unfortunately faced with the fact that they are in Chapter 11. And our attorney, Angela, has been helping us with some of the negotiations with them on, post-part delivery and warranties and things like that, so that we can have the protections that we need going forward. We don't know what the disposition of that company is going to be. There's talk in the industry that they may be selling off some of the parts. Their bus production part might go to an organization. Their batteries might go somewhere else. We don't know yet, but we've decided to kind of stick it out with them with some of the assurances around the warranties and the post aftermarket support. So, okay.
Is the delivery schedule the same for the remaining?
So far, it was behind to start with, to be fair, and it's on track from being behind so far. Yeah. Okay. So very quickly, I'd like to take you through a couple things today. I'm going to talk a little bit about our marketing and community outreach activities. I'll give you an update on our Copans Road flagship project. Really excited about that. Our COA, our Comprehensive Operational Analysis, the Late Shift Connect, our Community Shuttle Program, and our bus hiring efforts, and the Commuter Rail South project. So from a marketing perspective going into 2024, we did increase our marketing budget. So we've got about $2 million available now to support marketing, which is a game changer for us in terms of outreach and the types of activities and media buys that we can pursue and social media reaches. We're going to be focusing on a ridership campaign. I know in the past we kept saying, well, let's focus on Build Back Better, right? Let's get our ridership back from pre-pandemic levels. We've switched as the industry also was switching to say, well, it may never be what that was, but what is it going to be and how do we leverage that to the best of our ability? So the ridership campaign is going to focus on more on acquisition of new riders versus focusing on just bringing the folks that are gone back. Our mobile app campaign is also going to focus on the convenience of using our mobile app and the capabilities of it. We are going to work on community engagement campaigns which feature community members out riding our system. We may be calling upon some of you to be a part of that. Also to be a part of our social media outreach with that. So if you're willing to get on a bus and take a video of it and show yourself on a bus and talk about how wonderful it was to ride the bus, we'd love to have you do that. And then obviously we are in the early stages of our Primo plan and We have our Broward South Commuter Rail project, which I'll get into more detail about in a little bit, our Oakland Park Boulevard, and our LRT project. So those are the first three out of the gate. The Oakland Park Boulevard, we actually have a billboard up now, so we're doing this seeding to the community to say, hey, this is coming, to build some excitement and interest in BRT. This is also going to support our NEPA efforts as we do work through our public participation and engagement. We are doing more work in the community coming up, participating in events and ceremonies. We started doing some of the parades last year. We're going to go beyond that in the upcoming year, and we're making sure that we are as diverse as possible in terms of the community events that we're attending. One of the things that we are going to do more of in the upcoming year is leveraging the electronic assets that we have on our bus for the greater good. We recognize that there's some community services out there that could benefit from us posting about them on our monitors within our bus and at our transit centers. Just to be clear, a lot of times on those messages, we have safety messages that focus more internally and how to be safe on the bus and that kind of stuff. Those are, of course, important, but we are wanting to be a true partner in the community and to accentuate some of the good things that are happening in the community and the services that people may need. We'll be working on those. So a couple of campaigns that we've identified thus far is along the mental health awareness. We did a little bit of that this year. Rental assistance, hurricane preparedness, healthcare, heat and cold advisories. We did some of that this year as well, and upcoming events. We are going to be featuring the boat show on our bus. This is the one that's coming up first. So we've talked to you about Copens. That's the project. We won't talk about the budget, but it's about $200 million in budget. This is the redo or the do-over of our major garage in Pompano. We're looking at brand new site construction, fixing the drainage on the site, building new buildings, and providing additional parking for our buses. And so our COA is a big deal for us. The last one we did was in 2019, right? 2018? Oh, wow. 2009, I'm sorry. So the comprehensive operational analysis is a review of our systems. So we're taking, we have consultants coming in and taking a hard look on how we're structured, how our network operates, what are some of the O&D patterns that are important to serve, and that's going to inform us quite a bit on our fixed route service side of what service we should provide. Whether it ends up that we have the existing fixed service that stays the same, whether we expand it, whether we shrink it, if we shrink it, what do we replace it with? Those are the kind of questions that will be answered. But the idea here is for us to really, truly understand where people are starting from and where people are going. One of the things that was great about sitting through the earlier part of your meeting today was to hear some of the work that our traffic engineers are doing. And so a takeaway from hearing that today is for us to figure out how we can leverage some of that data to inform our scheduling, some of those pinch points that they shared today. Okay, Late Shift Connect, that is one of our crown joys that we have. It is the ability for folks that work that third shift, particularly in the hospitality industry or any industry, quite frankly, to be able to get to and from work. And so we're going to be working to make people more aware of that opportunity and to build our ridership and acceptance of that program. The community shuttle program, we're still limping back from pre-pandemic levels. We're only at about 60%. We've made some shifts in our organization. Paul Strobus, who runs our paratransit organization, is now running our community shuttle program. We're excited that he has agreed to take that on. This is our way to leverage the contract management experience that Paul has along with paratransit to create some synergies in terms of how we manage those contracts. And, we're still working on our propane conversion project, moving us away from other carbon sources. And we're also looking at a microtransit pilot We have been in discussions with the various communities here in town that are very interested in us supporting their microtransit efforts. I'm sure you guys have heard something about that, or will be hearing as Gretchen talked about that later. But that is something that's on the table that we are pursuing and looking at. One of the challenges that we've had, I think you're aware of, is...
Chair?
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. I was going to ask you about the community shuttle. It's 61% now. How long do you think it'll take to, get back to pre-pandemic? Is it a year, 2, 5 years?
Oh my goodness! So the crystal ball I left at home. And since it's Halloween, I'll say I brought my broom. No, just kidding. It's been a challenge in the industry to predict what that looks like. We've been fortunate on the fixed route side to be at 85% and some change. So there are days and stretches of time where we bump up against 90%, and then there are other times we're closer to 80. So we're at about 85%. Our colleagues on the West Coast are at the 60%, and our colleagues to the South in Miami are above what they were in terms of pre-pandemic levels. It's a great question. I really don't know the answer, but we're hopeful that we can get it where it used to be.
Do you think because of pandemic and some riders are not going to come back?
Yeah. And you're on point, and that's why we're doing that COA, because we need to understand what's changed.
Yeah, maybe that 85% is new 100% of the ridership now.
Yeah, 85%. Yeah, that's where we are on the fixed route side. So, at last ridership number is 18 million annually, year to date. I believe in October. I'm sorry, September. Sorry, is our number.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks for your question.
I'm curious to know, I was going to wait until you were done. When people decide that they want to take the bus, is there a registration process to get monthly anything?
Well, we do have passes that you can buy that with monthly passes. We have 10 trip passes that you can purchase and to use.
Do we capture any data? And I'm just trying to wonder, I'm wondering how do we capture data from people who ride the bus? I mean, should we be thinking about developing a way for them to, you should know
who they are. Yeah.
And to be able to communicate to them at some point.
Yeah, so we do have an opt-in email that we send out newsletters to our riders. But in terms of some of that other data, Tim, any thoughts on that?
The app, the MyRide app.
Yes. Yeah, so essentially, you sort of the transit system, you get on as you wish and you leave, right? And so we're using things like our COA to get origin and destination and get more understanding. We're adding passenger counters to our buses. We have projects to do that so we can get a sense of when people get on and off. But generally, the systems are set up where people aren't kind of registering to go on, and we have to kind of use our tools to try to understand what those are so we can serve the demand as best we can.
So in terms of thank you. So from a marketing perspective, if I may think through where you may be going with it, how do we know who's riding and how do we talk to them? Yeah, I don't know that we're doing a great job on that. So let me take that as an action item to understand what that looks like and what opportunities are. I know from a social media engagement perspective, we know who, obviously has liked our page or decides to drive by our page. But in terms of the right, I don't know that answer.
And I'm just thinking there could be some incentive strategy that could be employed to get people to want to register. It's like you get 2 days free ridership or something. If you could leverage that to get them to, click into a site where they put their names and their emails and I don't know, something.
Yeah, no, that's great.
At some point we have to capture that.
Yeah, and for Mobility Week, we were looking at giving free passes away for people to get people to like their post of them on the system. So we're playing around with some of those ideas, but I appreciate that. Thank you and it could be that we're doing it. I just don't know. So let me look into it for you, please.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so bus hiring. I think I've been in front of you, told you about the fact that our industry is aging. It is, we're north of 50 on average. A lot of our across the board in the country, it is a concern. Who's going to be? What is the future of our industry? And so it's really important that we bring in new talent as we can. And in our case, it's pretty acute because we don't have enough drivers on our system right now. So we've been doing some creative ways of getting people interested in riding our system. So the last time I was here, I talked about the fact that we were in negotiations with the union, that we were looking at a new package with them. I'm pleased to say that took us about 4 months to negotiate the deal. My understanding is it takes about 3 years at times for us to get to yes with the union, but this time we're lucky to get there faster. We will be offering our drivers beyond a livable wage. So their hourly rate is starting at about $19, which is very competitive. It's $19.48 to be exact. So it's competitive to our peers in the north and peers in the south, where people could opt into those systems versus ours. So we're thinking that is very much a pillar to the success of us getting more operators. But also this last job fair that we had, and this was before we announced the increase in the hourly rate, we had 52 operators and coach service attendants that signed up and were hired on the spot to work with us. Now, hired on the spot is relative, right? So we still have to do the background check. We still have to do things to check their licenses and their driving records and all that kind of stuff to make sure they're viable candidates. But when we added those to folks that had come in through a normal job posting process, we started at about 64 candidates. When we started our class, that 64 dropped down to 55 on day one. We thought we were going to have 57 going in the door. We ended up with 55 on day one, and then all of a sudden those other two came back, so we had 57. We're in 3 weeks into our class, and we're at 52.
Oh, awesome.
So we're really thrilled. Yeah, that is something to celebrate. Thank you that they are sticking with us, and now with this increased salary, that's going to be something that's also more attractive to them. Some of the other things that we fixed in the contract is just making sure that we recognize that people have a life outside of work. If you can imagine this, when you have a bus system, you always have to set aside a certain amount of people that are on call or available to work, just in case somebody calls out, and some of those people actually have to report to a facility, and then other people are kind of on call. But in this case, we had an A-B schedule, which was a 24-hour kind of schedule. And now what we've done is we've said, if you opt into this schedule, you're only going to work an A shift or a B shift. You're not going to have to work a full 18-hour shift availability. You won't have to do that. So that helps people better plan their lives. So they know that I can only be called during this time period, and the rest of the day I won't be called into work. That's one of the fixes that we did to recognize, work-life balance for our staff. And so most bus companies always want to have the advantage of having staff available when we need them. But, in recognition of where we are as a society now with, many two parents working, some single parents, some, people that have life circumstances that require that they have some downtime to focus on other things. We're just trying to answer that cause to be more progressive in that respect. In terms of our attrition, you can see here this chart speaks to what we anticipate having year end. We have 82 vacancies now. By the end of the year, we're hopeful that that'll be reduced. And as you know, as the year progresses, we also have attrition. So it's not ever a steady state. We do have people that leave for a variety of reasons, from they get different jobs to they're retiring or they're moving on to other opportunities. So commuter rail south. So one of the reasons why I had to leave you today, and I wasn't able to stay for the whole time, is because this project is really happening and it's picking up steam. We are in negotiations, very active negotiations with Brightline. I had a meeting with them today. We have joined forces with Miami, so we are attacking the negotiations as a team, Miami and Broward. Before, Broward was kind of on their course, Miami was on their course, and we recognize that the benefit of us negotiating from a larger power, a point of strength, is to combine our resources and do it together. Our colleagues at Brightline weren't exactly excited to hear us do that, but we're all moving on, and we're getting through the negotiation process. So there's a couple deal points that we've been working through, but I can say that we're making considerable progress, considering where we were, and hopefully we'll be coming to you soon to share with you that we've reached a deal and that we will be able to use the commuter rail, the existing FEC line for commuter rail service. In the meantime, we're also working on the submission to the FTA. We put in an application, a pre-application, I'm going to use that terminology, for our grant. So we're going after a small starts grant. A small starts grant with the FTA has to be under $400 million. We are going after that for Broward County South. That's going to, just as a reminder, 3 stations, Hollywood, Fort Lauderdale Airport, and Broward Health. We're going to be joining the Miami-Dade. They're calling that the Northeast Corridor. They've got 5 stations in their county, and that service will go from Fort Lauderdale down to Miami. So we've put our application in. We're hopeful that application will not the formal application, the pre-application. It gives us the ability to understand what our rating is going to be, which defines kind of how competitive our application would be compared to others across the country. And so right now, going in, our estimation is that we have a medium-high rating. It's high, medium-high, medium, low. So if you drop down below medium, you're not going to be considered for the grant. So we're doing this one time. This is the first application that we put in of this kind. So we put this pre-application in. We have one more shot to put another pre-application in if we get feedback that comes back to us that we need to make some adjustments. We have some time to do that before we have to put the formal application in. So if all goes well, we'll get our good rating, and we'll keep the project pre-engineering and development phase will pan out what we're trying to do with that rating as we move through the NEPA process, which is the National Environmental Protection Act, which we're going through now as part of this process. So we will be out into the community, reaching out to folks that are along the alignment, cities that are along the alignment, community organizations, civic associations, let them know what's coming and elicit support and feedback from them. So, what questions? That's it for me. What questions can I answer for you?
Just quick question, whatever you can share. Your negotiations, with Brightline, is that for the sharing the use of existing railway or right of way?
It's both. It's both. So we need the right of. So it's initially what I can say is that we were talking through an access agreement access license. Our attorneys didn't feel that afforded us the right amount of protections if there were ever a situation where Brightline was no longer in play. And so we want to have better rights along an easement. And so that's kind of the direction that we're going in. And to be fair, Brightline didn't see it the same way. They kind of thought that, we're good, trust us, we're good. But now they're seeing it from our way. So we are seeing some movement. I guess Miami's been at this for about 2 years, maybe. We just kind of joined the party in the last year or so. So we've made considerable progress in like the last month. But the fact that we are working this together, Miami-Dade and Broward, and looking at this as a regional project and not your county and my county, I think speaks volumes. In fact, the application that we put into the FTA, we use Miami's ridership model to inform our ridership model, because quite frankly, when the FTA looks at us, they're not looking at Broward, they're not looking at Miami, they're looking at this as one project. And so we're just trying to answer that now, as well as have better leverage at the negotiating table.
What is the relationship now between Florida East Coast and Brightline?
So Florida East Coast owns the right-of-way, and they own the assets on the right-of-way, except for the ones that Brightline, like the station assets, they don't own. The FECR and Brightline were once one company, and they split out into the passenger service side and then the freight side and the ownership of the infrastructure. It's hard to tell what that relationship is, to be honest. It's very interesting, but the Brightline folks have the right to allow other passenger services on the line. That is their call. So there's X number of slots that are available, and they are allowed to offer those rights up to other passenger services such as ourselves.
And they have the right to negotiate?
And they have the right to negotiate with us, yes.
Okay, I spent a couple of years negotiating with Florida East Coast relative to the relocation of the intermodal facility. And that was before Brightline was in the picture, but good luck.
So it's a very interesting relationship. I can't quite figure it out yet, but it's interesting. You're right, sir. The FECR, from a county perspective, they want some things from us in terms of access to some port sites. You probably are aware of that. And we want some air rights and some other things from them. So that's going to be part of the deal, but Brightline likely will not be part of that deal. So there's a lot of moving parts here, and there's other parts of, the county involved outside of just the Broward County Transit team. Thanks for your question. How are you feeling? You good?
I'm fine.
Anything else? Anybody?
Anything else?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you guys. Great job.
Next.
You're up.
I guess we're ready for discussion items. And I appear to be first on the list. The first thing I'd like to discuss is this Third Amendment coming up. If you look into your packet, discussion materials at the back, I don't know. Well, let me just say that I had him with the county administrator and requested that the Surtax board have input into the Third Amendment. And if you look at the cover letter that she wrote and the follow-up from it's the actual cities per se, and Verdell, you might want to say something about that a little bit, but I was hoping today, first of all, let me say, if my understanding is right, we're getting the very first draft of what the cities have proposed as changes in the Third Amendment. If you look in there, the red are basically their comments to their own draft, and I assume this is going to take some months to get through. But what I was hoping, and the reason I asked for our input, was I thought there were things that could be put in the Third Amendment that might be beneficial to the surtax dollars and the voters. I had fortunate time to go through this a little bit. And I don't know whether we have time or need to do that today, but I would suggest that we look at this document. Now, this is the very beginning document. So maybe the best thing to do is just hit 4 or 5 items that I think we will be discussing in the future, unless anyone wants to talk about it. But I was, when they call it a more complete draft is presented, then we're really going to be given that draft. So this is not the only document we're going to see. Is that correct, Gretchen?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So for all of you, what you've received is basically the first formal proposal that's come from the full Broward County Civic Association. So the subcommittee worked up some of these proposals, brought it to their full association for a vote, and then transmitted the document that you have in your packet. The county will then respond. So the county is working, there's an internal team on which both Angela and I serve. Kevin Kelleher, who's here in the audience as an assistant county administrator, also facilitates that group. And of course, Corey's team, Tony Huey's team, and our Office of Management and Budget are also involved in that group. We will provide a formal response from the county administrator back to the cities. And I believe what Ms. Sapero committed to in the meeting that you had was that at that time, the Oversight Board will also receive a copy of the county's response, which I would expect over the next couple of months.
So with that said, I'm not exactly sure how many of you had had time to really look at this, but there are 4 or 5 things in here that I think when you do, you may want to look at. Erdal, I know that you would like to speak, so I'll just be quiet. You go ahead.
It's really just observation. Obviously, this is the third, proposed third amendment to the ILA, and with 5 years of, almost history, behind, the parties are trying to improve, whether it's performances or, the results, and just having a better relationship, with one another. I'm always an optimistic, person. It's never easy to bring so many different parties into one place, and it's I'm glad to see BCCMA is playing a role, with the member cities, participation, and glad there's a meeting taking place or has taken place, and they want to work together and improve the process, and staff is there with their long experience and expertise, and with county administrator's office, we'll make recommendations, and we look forward to those recommendations. And I'm not sure what our role will be here, but we're all ultimately trying to improve, this process for everybody, all in Broward County, whether it's county or member, cities. And so just look forward to contributing to the process or be value added, if we can, if I can. But independent of that, I'm sure we will be handling this, with existing staff and their expertise, and also the BCCMA representing the member cities, and we'll take it there. These kind of negotiations take time, but that's just how the process usually goes. And well, thanks for the time.
With that said, I'm just going to hit 1 or 2 things. First of all, the shuttle is potentially changing, correct? The city shuttles. is a potential change that's mentioned in here.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no, that's fine. Of course. So it's what the cities are requesting. So again, what you're looking at is a proposal.
Right.
And I would obviously have to defer to Broward County Transportation Department if they're, interested in having a conversation about that at this time. But as I mentioned, we're still working.
No, I didn't intend to
Okay.
get discussed much. I wanted to point out a couple of things that I think is this board may want to, whether you look heavily into this because it's a first draft, at least review it, bring some things. In fact, earlier today, that's why I was asking about special meetings. It may be possible that we need a special meeting to specifically deal, I don't know what the timing is going to be.
Correct. Right. We don't either. So would it be helpful, Mr. Chair, if I highlighted some of the proposals associated with the community shuttle issue for the group, or would you prefer that they just look at it on their
Well,
own?
you can certainly give some comment on that.
Okay. So the BCCMA proposals related to community shuttle have several components. One is a request for a centralization of the program under Broward County Transportation Department. So that's one thing that they are suggesting and asking for a time frame about. As you'll see, there's a question mark. The other piece of that, related to that, is that if that were to happen, that they would like to see the community shuttle funding that is currently attributed to the cities. And that's community shuttle existing program, expansion program, and infrastructure that is currently attributed to their 10% minimum annual guarantee.
That's the MAG.
Removed the MAG, correct. Removed from that minimum annual guarantee, thus freeing up more Surtax funding for projects. And I'm going to turn it, did I miss anything, Angela?
Did you miss anything?
I don't think so.
Well, there's also, they want 17%.
That's an independent thing from this issue.
That's
That's another issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
On microtransit.
Comment that I'd like to make is, I understood some of the cities were feeling, because some cities had it and some didn't, they were being penalized. One of the advantages of having this come out of the county share is we get rid of that problem, number one. But more importantly, these community shuttles go between cities. Our whole idea is to have a transportation system that works together. So to me, that seems to be an advantageous thing. It's another thing. We're not going to resolve today, but I think that was one of my 5 things that I wanted to mention that you look at. Alan?
Go ahead and finish. And then
I'm done with that.
I would ask that, so it looks like they have their recommendations, and then the county's going to come back and redline that or make further notes to the recommendations, or is it going to be more of a discussion? But I think we should, like you said, as a board, read through all these requests, and then we should just look to hear from the county side and understand what the two sides, how they feel, and then maybe we can opine at that point.
I would agree. The only one thing I'd like to say is there's discussion about the Cycle 1 projects that we have talked about ad nauseum, and if there's any way in this third amendment that these Cycle 1 projects can get off the books so we're not tying that money up forever, and my understanding that that's something that the cities want. We don't have to go into that, but that was some of the things that's one of the probably the main things in here that I hope that could get resolved, because we spent a lot of time talking about Cycle 1 projects tied up.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to do it in the end. Just really wanted to reiterate joining the oversight board after a few years, kind of coming in the middle of the game and what transpired to date. and a lot of work, a lot of impressive work, being done. And it's not easy to bring together so many member cities and start these mega projects and in the middle of pandemic. And just hats off to really everybody. We're all trying to serve the same Broward County community, the citizens, either as a member city or county. They all overlap, for one geographic and jurisdiction. I think the way I'm looking at it, when I saw the term sheet a couple of days ago, and the cities are obviously asking, this is something, because it's a negotiation, you always ask more than probably what you can get, and or the county will, react and give, their recommendations. In the end, once we all, shake hands, we're going to be serving the same population, same community, and we should just, remember that this is a process. This is a negotiation process of parties, know each other very well, and they're also have the same desire and the intentions. So I'm looking forward to working with you.
Mr. Chairman, the difficulty I think that we have here relative to what our role is in the process is the negotiating process. That if it comes to us for part of input into the negotiating process, number one, that compromises county admin from doing the legal things and stuff that need to be done relative. That's because we are a public body and cannot get involved in that without it becoming public, which could compromise the county's position in the negotiation process. Is that?
So let me clarify what at least I understood from the meeting with Monica and Kevin that the chair had. The county administrator in her letter to you is committing to have you be a participatory body in this, in that there are multiple things that you all have been asking for in formal transmittal letters to see changed in the process, that she is relying on me and Angela to transmit into this process on your behalf, right? To make sure we have properly captured the things like, how do we get rid of Cycle 1 projects? So we all agree that you all have said that they're holding up money and they're holding up space. How best can we accomplish that? So there are some other aspects of the process that you all have identified as problematic, or that you could foresee a more efficient way of managing things. In that way, by providing you with the county's response, she's looking to make sure we've captured what you have also asked for. What we want internally, what we agreed with the cities, but if there are things that you have asked for that she is trying to make sure happens, we want to make sure that, that it's accurate. It's an accurate reflection. Does that make sense?
Well, I just didn't want us to be in a position of countermanding the county admin's position in the negotiation.
Yeah, but it's not part of the negotiation.
I'll be Corey. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kevin Kelleher. And
well, maybe
is this on?
It's on.
What you said is right here. What I want us to know is that we got you the request that we got from the BCCMA at the early process here. We're still evaluating it. We're going to be giving our responses. The county administrator is committed to sharing that response with you so you have the full picture. But I do want to point out something that Mr. Allen did say there, is that just keep in mind that this is a negotiation, and yet we are trying to serve the same population, but we have different vantage points, and and the county has certain things that we have to make sure are done a certain way. So I just hesitate that what we wanted to do is to make sure that you had all the information. So, and we're hesitant because you only get one side of the story right now. It's better to have, before you start putting stuff on the record here, have the full story as to what the county's response is, and then let us do what we need to do to get to an agreement. But I do believe with Board Member Damez that, we will get an agreement. I mean, it's just one of those things. And as Mr. Hooper has indicated that, they did ask for certain things, but that's part of the process here. So I would, what Ms. Cassini has said is that your transmittals, that advisory information that you've given us all through the time, we know that, we hear that, and we're going to incorporate that to the best of our ability, so we have a full, complete, and third amendment. So,
Well, I guess my feeling is that we have given you transmittal material in the past relative to our recommendations on certain things. I just want to make sure that those get folded into at least the county admin as you are negotiating the county's position on our behalf. That's so maybe one way to do it is to set down a list of all of the past recommendations that we have made to county admin under the ordinance.
I've done that.
You've got that, and
That I've provided.
maybe that is an agenda item to come back to us and say, yeah, we think you've captured what was intended by those things before you actually negotiate that into the amendments.
Well, I will tell you, your best advocate right now is Ms. Cassini, and she's the keeper of all this, and she is a big instrumental part of these discussions with the BCCMA, and she is adequately representing what you've had in the past before. I mean, if you want to get the list from her, that's one thing. But I also want to be mindful is that it is still somewhat of a negotiation, and I don't want anything on the record that's going to be adverse to the county's position,
right,
in this regard. But we are taking into account, the various advisories that you guys have provided to us. And
okay.
And let me tell you, I've been in many meetings with Ms. Cassini, and she's remember this is what the Oversight Board is looking for, this is what, and some of the same issues that you've mentioned today, I hear it in my sleep from Gretchen. So, but thank you all.
Doug?
She has a suggestion.
So,
You can tell me.
I agree.
Takes a minute for it to cycle.
Right? Is that what? Go ahead.
So Gretchen just did a sidebar real quick, and once we have our response back, we'll provide it to you all. And then if you guys if you want to make sure that certain things are addressed, you can contact Ms. Cassini, and we can deal with it in that fashion.
Yeah, I totally echo what you said, but I just want to say it a little differently. We're neither the county nor the cities, we're the public. So let's listen to what both sides say, and if we have something to add, we can add it. But I don't want to come across as being protective over anybody, except for the citizens of the county, not Broward County and not the city of whatever. I think we've got to look at it from a citizen's perspective. And I think we do a pretty good job of understanding this because we've been through it for so long, all of the administration that our staff deals with, and we know how to help recommend stuff. But again, we're the Oversight Board, so that's who we represent. And that's who I worry about when we speak too soon or when we hear what the county has to say, and then we can, whether one party or the other chooses to take our recommendation or not is one thing, but we should be able to speak our mind as to how we feel is right or wrong from the public's point of view. Oh man, should I not have turned it off? I'm sorry, I'll leave it on from now on.
It's fine.
It goes red, then it goes green?
Takes a minute for it to cycle. There you are.
Oh, okay. Maybe I jumped the gun, I'm sorry. I think one of the things I would like to do is if you wonder what promulgated this letter, I had sent an email to the county administrator, and I believe I'd like to ask Gretchen to copy the board on that, so they have you might wonder how it got started, let's put it that way. So that's all I have under that item, Gretchen. I don't know where you want to go from here.
Next up. Grab that other mic. So just a bit of, especially for the two newer oversight board members, just a bit of history before we get into discussion item number 2. I wanted to at least reorient you all to, at the chair's request, language that was in the actual ballot. And at the very bottom, in the bold and blue, you'll see the mention of the oversight board. And then one of the most widely distributed pieces of literature during the educational campaign, over on the right-hand side, I apologize, but I don't have it in an electronic format. So the quality is very pixelated when I try to blow it up too much. It says a 9-member board, quote, oversight committee nominated by 7 independent community entities, the appointing authority, is intended to monitor revenue, expenses, assumptions and forecasts, evaluate projects for eligibility, remove politics from the project review process, track project progress milestones, and report on activities and offer transparency to the public. Okay? So that's what we told the voters the role of the oversight board was going to be.
And why does it got a question mark at the end?
It has to. It's a ballot question.
Oh, I got
It's
you.
a ballot. Do you want this or not?
Shall
Is
the
it yes
county?
or no?
I see. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's a perfectly legitimate question.
I just didn't read it all.
Hopefully you voted yes. Broward County Code of Ordinances were, now, what we had at the time, and well, it was even before we went out to the voters, but it went into effect once the surtax was actually passed. The ordinances have been amended, but this is where we are today. And you'll notice that J at the bottom, project oversight, is the subject of discussion item 2A. All right? I think you all are very familiar with these. And then some other excerpts from the Code of Ordinances, and this is relevant to discussion item 2B, is the MPO's role in all of this and the process that is used by the MPO to evaluate, rank, and recommend projects. So what happens inside of the MPO prior to you all seeing projects is actually controlled by this section of ordinance. Okay, so that's something that we want to make sure the oversight board members are clear on before you get into a discussion about your roles and responsibilities.
Hey, can you go back one?
Of course. I think. Can I go back one?
One more. Right there.
Okay.
So it says, is everybody listening? It says in that first paragraph that no expenditure of the transportation surtax proceeds may be made unless the expenditure has been approved by the oversight board. That's all I want to say. So we just remember that.
Well, I also want to
Y'all can keep it down there.
I also want us to discuss a little bit about eligibility, statutory eligibility, that is or isn't our responsibility. It's not here, but it's...
It is. It's right there. To ensure consistency with the statute.
Just we'll get clarification on that probably when I get to my part B. I'll ask for clarification.
Right, it's that second sentence in the first paragraph is what you're referencing. It's one of the things that you're referencing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there another mic? Okay, there is one. Okay,
No,
just making
sorry.
sure that we hadn't lost the other mic. Okay. Okay. And so now, do you need it? Will you go back to that
Here.
slide, please?
So just for clarification on the record, says the Oversight Board shall review and approve all proposed expenditures of transportation surtax proceeds to ensure consistency with the requirements of Section 212.0551D Florida statutes. No expenditure of transportation surtax proceeds may be made unless such expenditure has been approved. So it's approved as the statutory eligibility, just to clarify that.
It's okay, it's working. It's working.
Well, our
Come back to this mic.
statutory eligibility is determined by the legal staff, correct?
We spent 2 days talking about that.
More than that.
Asked and answered, I think is what lawyers say. But it's statutory eligibility. And so they're reviewed, and I read on the record before they're approved whether what's being proposed is consistent with the statute, and I read the applicable section of the statute.
So when
when
it said that we determine it, we actually are.
Mr. Chairman?
So you're voting.
I think the language says something to the effect that the board can approve based on recommendation of the county attorney.
Right. Right, and so it's in consultation with or something like that.
With due consideration, it's right here.
Consideration, right? And so
I don't have a problem, but when we say we are determining statutory eligibility, we are determining it and vote on it after it's been given to and determined that it's statutory eligible. Understand the difference? To me, that's we are ratifying what was given to us. That's my problem. Not a problem. I'm just saying I want everyone to understand that the statutory eligibility is being determined outside of this board. It's brought to this board to be voted on.
No, that's not true. I don't think so. That is not true.
Not true?
No, that's our board that determines that. If we have staff that's going to consult us, then we can listen to our staff that consults us. But it's this board that determines eligibility.
I thought it was, but I don't think
we
it is
have to
anymore.
vote. The
Yes,
council,
we do. Yes, we
council doesn't vote, staff doesn't vote, we vote.
No, I understand that. But we're voting on something that we've been given that has been approved as statutory eligible.
Approved? No.
No, it's been recommended as being statutorily eligible, but we still get a chance to review it and then make a determination that we agree that what was recommended is correct.
Or you can provide a legal basis for why you disagree.
Exactly.
But no one has provided a legal basis for disagreeing.
I'm not even.
We have to get on the record as a legal basis for the disagreement. If there's a belief that legally the recommendation is incorrect.
I'm not debating what we're doing. I was simply trying to get clarification.
Maybe if we walk through this part. I think this is your issue.
I think, like in the past, we've had rounds to not necessarily want to agree with a project. For example, I remember in the earlier years, we had projects come before us where they were doing, they were in their very initial stages trying to do some fact-finding. What do you call that?
It was like conceptual. It was conceptual.
They were in the early stages, and we said no. We didn't want the penny tax dollars to go towards that. So we do have some room to agree or disagree as to how the money is spent, based on even when it comes to us. I still think that we have a lot of room to make decisions if we agree or not agree.
What are we trying to figure out in this section of the program?
I'll try. I'll do my very best.
We're trying to weigh whether.
Okay, so I will try to bring us back. The issue is there are two things that have been brought up time and time again by the Oversight Board. And to go back to the previous discussion item, we need to make sure that we're capturing what it is that you all are asking for in a third amendment or any ordinance revisions, right? So in our briefings, I've mentioned to all of you with Angela that we can recommend that the oversight board if determinations of eligibility are legal in nature and the oversight board cannot act contrary to the county's determination of legal eligibility, which we have talked about multiple times here, then would the oversight board members like to have eligibility determination removed from their roles and responsibilities on the front end?
Keep in mind that there are only two roles and responsibilities in there: statutory eligibility and project oversight.
Right. And as an oversight committee, we've also talked about why are we determining eligibility on the front end? We're an oversight board, so maybe project oversight and program oversight and performance recommendations is where we want to be. So what we're looking for is some direction from you. Going back to the conversation that you all just had, I believe the issue is, and I'm going to turn it back over to the chair to make sure I capture this correctly, is that with respect to municipal capital projects, or in the event that we were to have an application process for municipal rehabilitation and maintenance projects perhaps, that the eligibility of those projects is handled in this ordinance before it comes to you. So you will not see municipal capital projects, the eligibility, statutory eligibility of which has not been reviewed. And it may have been reviewed multiple times. You may have gone back and forth with the city, the way that the ordinance is structured, and it still didn't get to a place where the project was considered eligible, and therefore it could not be recommended by the MPO, and therefore you would not see it. Did I capture that right?
Almost.
All right, give it back. I didn't quite get it.
So I think that we should not remove any of our responsibilities from what this board does, okay? And there could be a time where we don't agree with our legal counsel or we don't agree with a project and the eligibility is questionable, and maybe legal counsel tells us that she finds it. And I'm not trying to pick, believe me, I'm not trying to pick a fight with legal. I'm just trying to come up with an example. And we don't agree. And we don't have to vote for it. Or we set our own agenda. We could wait till next month and vote on it, get some more information. We don't need to stamp things through quickly because something is on the agenda of someone else. If we feel strongly about something, we need to be able to work at our own schedule. It's to a degree. I'm not saying we should. Certainly we want to work with the county and we certainly want these things to go forward. I'm just making an example of one thing that might come up in the future, and it might be something that we don't agree on as a board, as a whole board. So taking away any type of responsibilities, whether that's deciding whether it's eligible or oversight, in my opinion, would be a mistake.
I would concur with that. And I'm not objecting to the way we're doing it. I think it's fine. I think everyone needs to understand, though, that the eligibility is being determined by legal, brought to us, I use the word ratify, brought to us to say, yes, it's eligible. Is that correct?
I think to put all of this in context, everything is reviewed, all aspects of these projects, and prepared and presented to this board. All of the legwork is done by staff on some level, from the Public Works Department, the Transportation Department, legal, MAP administration. This board doesn't do the legwork. Staff
You don't
does.
want to.
And you don't want to,
Okay.
exactly. So that's the way this is. You are a board, you meet under the statute, you meet at least once a quarter throughout the calendar year. And you consider what county staff presents.
That's right.
If it's an MPO, if it's a municipal capital project, it's based upon the legwork and the vetting of projects and the application process that was handled by the MPO and MPO staff, not the MPO's board. They compile documentations related to projects. They evaluate them based upon an approved evaluation process. They compile that information. They submit it to the county. And internally with municipal rehab and maintenance projects and with all county projects, it's a staff function to compile all of the documentation related to those projects and to vet them and to present that information to this board. Any documentation that you want that supports the staff's recommendation is readily available to you, but the analysis and review and the recommendations come from the MPO for municipal capital projects and county staff for everything else. That's the way it works.
I thank you
right?
for
And
that.
so
I'm
what
not
you could
taking
do,
it.
I mean, if you want to do the legwork, which I don't think this board has signed up for, is we could make that available to you, but the way the current process works is just how I summarized it.
I thank you for that. I don't want to change that. I was taking issue with some of the wording that says it's already been approved and given to us, and we are simply asking, my word is ratify that, okay? That's my issue is we are approving something or ratifying something that's been given to us as approvable and eligible, correct?
Some of them, right, the project in general would be, a lot of them, the projects in general are eligible. Some of them have ineligible components, and that is relayed to the board.
I agree.
Based upon the internal reviews.
No problem. Agree with everything you just said. I do have another issue, though, that has to do with ineligible projects, because if I heard you right, we don't see any municipal ineligible projects as to why they...
You don't see, what she's saying is you don't see any projects that legal counsel believes are wholly ineligible based on the statutory construction.
And you don't see projects that don't get ranked high enough in the MPO review process. Or the county's internal review process. There are a bunch of projects that could possibly be presented that don't get presented for a number of reasons. Oftentimes feasibility, right? But for the municipal capital projects, there's a process through which the MPO ranks those applications, and only ranked projects within the municipal annual, the minimum annual guarantee get presented.
Going back to cycle one, there were a series of projects that could not be deemed eligible. We got to look at those, staff went back, and with the exception of one or two, they all became eligible, which I think is very positive. Okay, is that correct?
There were modifications made to some of the cycle one projects. So cycle one was an interesting, compressed learning experience for all of us, right? And, far more projects got included in cycle one that probably should have, and all of them were not thoroughly vetted as they should have been because of the compressed time frame within which they were presented. There are projects that, after working with municipal attorneys, we were able to include some modifications that made those projects eligible. There are a couple of them. I think there's only one municipality that has a purely recreational trail project that the municipality has been asked to recommend modifications to. That's still outstanding.
Okay. Well, the good news is we did bring something up and asked for more information and got it regarding ineligible projects. Is that a fair statement?
Certainly.
Okay.
Any information that you request regarding projects, we've provided.
My question to the board is, do we want to look at ineligible projects that have been determined ineligible that deal with sidewalks and bikeways that are not just for recreation? I understand that. Do we want to even look at those? I'm just asking. I didn't realize till today that we didn't see any of that, but that's okay.
Let me try one more time. All right.
So I left it on this slide because I think that this is the crux of the discussion item that the chair wished to bring in front of you, and then we'll move to Phil's item. We're kind of going out of order. So right now, the Oversight Board is primarily, since Cycle 1, right? Cycle 1 was the last time. And since Cycle 1, the Oversight Board has only ever taken action under Sub A. So your transmittal letters say what you approved as eligible under the statute, consistent with 212. You have never, since Cycle 1, with the MCPs and the R&M projects, done anything in B, C, or D. And so my understanding of what this conversation was going to be about was, since we aren't doing B, C, and D, do we need to have them there? Is that something that we need to continue having in the ordinance? Because we are not determining proposed projects are partially fundable or wholly ineligible, and people aren't bringing them back to me. They're not coming back before us. I'm not sure if I'm misunderstanding.
Why does it hurt to leave it?
What would be the advantage of changing anything if we're just operating the way that we are? Those things could come up in the future.
And B did come up with the Lauderhill project that it was just put in year 5 of the 5-year plan, that we have to review it and it'll have to come back and determine. There are projects that the overall project is eligible but may have ineligible components that just haven't been identified yet. And because the funding for that, it hasn't been allocated, we don't have the additional information, and we'll, at a later date, determine what those ineligible components are and what the appropriate funding is. But, what we do consistently since the beginning is what's in 1. County staff assigned to support the Oversight Board shall at least annually compile all county and municipal proposed projects and proposed expenditures that will be considered for funding with Transportation Surtax proceeds. Right, consistent with budgetary recommendations, and present them to the Oversight Board. That is what we do every year since 2020.
So I believe that we should stay with the good wisdom that went into thinking through all of these components. Right now we have leadership in place that is very protective of the penny tax, the surtax. But we don't know what will happen in the future. And so I prefer to err on the side of being overly cautious and keeping all of these components in place. Because just like in Cycle 1, where we were going through a learning phase, we don't know, Angela and Gretchen decide to run off into the sunset and retire, and we get a new
retire to a life of leisure.
Yes, exactly.
That is my greatest desire.
Right. Retire, and then we get a new set of folks coming in, and just like in Cycle 1, where there's a learning curve, there could be a learning curve again. So I think that we keep it the way it was designed, and just move forward. I mean, if it's not broken, I don't think we should worry about it.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Amen.
Amen.
Good.
Off to Phil.
All right. Move to the next.
What? I don't know. Pass it down.
No, it's Phil's. It's Phil's item.
Oh, we're moving on to the next item?
Yeah, we're talking about mega projects now.
Oh, okay. I did pass out, or had Monica pass out some materials this morning. The definitions of what a mega project is, and a discussion of what's the difference between a project and a program. At our last meeting, we had discussions and excellent presentations from Transportation Department, from Aviation, from Streets and Highways relative to the project, and Aviation relative to their projects that were moving forward. And after discussion at the board, we, in the forwarding memo to the board, memorandum to the board, or to the county administrator, approving the proposed projects inclusion in the 5-year capital budget, we did raise a concern to the county administrator about the need for some kind of centralized management responsibility. If you look at these projects individually, as traditionally we do by departments of responsibilities, etc., you start to lose the impact. What we are talking about here is a group of 6 projects that total about $2.5 billion over the next 5 or 6 years. This board, had some discussion about the magnitude of that and the potential interrelationships between aviation, between the port, between the downtown, or not the downtown, the airport projects to an airport. You've got the bypass road and the port airport convention center light rail, which will be the first light rail project within the county. And we had sent that recommendation to the county administrator. The county administrator, fortunately or unfortunately, my past includes rather intensive concentration on those particular projects. And I had asked for a meeting independent of the board just to express to Monica, the county administrator, my concern as to what we were talking about at the board, that individually my recommendations to her about some kind of oversight on those projects to make sure that, when they are applying for grants or they're doing traffic detours during construction period. The multitude land use and those potential issues, that there be some kind of a centralized management responsibility for that. And so I had asked, and she had responded with a memorandum back saying that she had agreed from the county administrator's position that that was something that they were looking into. And I wanted to bring it back to the board just to get a feeling from the board. Is this a area of concern, continue to be an area of concern to this board, that we need to have some kind of reporting back to the board as these projects move forward, where they are in the grant process? How is that being coordinated about citing this project or this ramp for the light rail in conjunction with the bypass road? And is that something that we as a board want to see under our responsibilities under the ordinance, which talks specifically in terms of giving recommendations to the county administrator and the county commission for any proposed improvements to the process? So that was what had generated that, and I had asked that Kevin Cowhiller, the assistant county administrator, be here to address any concerns that the board or any discussion that the board wants to have relative to how this potential project, this mega project, fits into the role of the board.
Okay, I'll be Tashana Wilson. Good afternoon again. So, to answer your question is the county has many projects, many of which would be considered mega projects, a lot of which you've seen that have been presented before you. We have airport is doing tremendous thing with the intermodal center, the automated people mover. There's some that don't come necessarily before you, but that are still part of the portfolios too, like their Terminal 5 that they just had a groundbreaking, was it this week or last week? They're all blending together. The port, they had the new terminals. Sorry, I guess I got
closer.
Turn it on.
It's blinking at me. Does that mean anything? That's off. It's off?
Okay, and now hit this button until it turns red. It's good. Probably good.
And then hold it closer to me.
Sorry about that. And there's other projects going on. You have the convention center expansion and the hotel, which is a mega project unto itself. Those other airport projects are mega projects individually. You have the transit primo plan, the first part of the light rail there, which is probably pretty close to a mega project in and of itself. And it's all happening in the same general area. And then we have the port bypass road. A lot of this, and we presented to this board many of these projects here, and a lot of those aren't even funded with surtax monies, but it gives you the total information of the transportation, what's going on in the transportation spectrum down here. Right now, each one of those projects has a variety of consultants that are advising them individually. County administration right now is coordinating, and we meet regularly with aviation, port, convention center, transit. So we're all on the same page, and we are coordinating this. Oh, and I'm in public works from the street perspective. So we're doing that coordination now. If at some time in the future that we need to complement that service, we will get the appropriate consultants to help us with that at the appropriate time.
Well, I'm not a advocator to hire an outside consultant, but there needs to be some kind of organizational attention, whether that be you as the top official recommending those recommendations to Monica, or what. But it goes beyond, I think, the power, the capability of an individual, even though you're extremely qualified to do a lot of things. With all of these projects, I question whether you have the staffing support that you need. Granted, each one of these projects themselves will have project managers. I have no doubt about that. But there needs to be a program manager overall that can ride herd on an ongoing basis. Now, we are fortunate in that we have an organization in place that has the major players, the port, the airport, and the convention or district bureau, which are all involved in all of these projects, that under one county administrator or one county commission. That's a fortunate thing. But again, based on the size of these projects and the potential interfacing between these various projects, I just would like to see some kind of organizational chart or something relative to where is the accountability in place ongoing. Other than just saying, well, Monica is the county administrator, she is in fact responsible for everything.
If she was here, she would say that. I mean, ultimately, the buck stops with the county administrator. As her assistant, she's assigned me to, coordinate that and keep the parties together. And I will tell you, having been with Broward County for a number of years, I won't say how many, but this county is more coordinated at that highest levels than it ever has been in my tenure with the county. And, Mark is talking to Corey, is talking to Jonathan, is talking to State. We're all meeting together because it all interplays. And that's the coordination effort out there. I do, and Monica does understand, that, the complexity of all this. Right now, we're dealing with it with county administration that falls on my shoulders. But she's not ruling out in the future if we're going to be more expansive. But for this board's information, the projects that we're talking about, all the coordination, is exactly what you saw here earlier today and then during the budgetary process, which I'm sorry I couldn't be at. I had just undergone shoulder surgery. But all the people that you've talked to, those projects, they're all talking with each other. So when Mark is presenting in front of you, when Corey's presenting in front of you, they're all working together because we have the one interest. And if you see the diagram, how it, I don't know, I think they did show the video.
They've also outstanding videos that showed the project design or
the bypass road video also shows it too. From a transportation perspective, the bypass road. If they showed you that video, and if they haven't, we'll make sure you get it.
No.
But it shows it. But it's the last slides there when it shows the new parking garage, which we didn't even mention that.
By the convention center, right?
By the convention center, and then having where the light rail taps into it. It's just the future of that is tremendous, which a lot of that will be made possible by the Surtax dollars. But it is all, you don't get to that level without coordinating with each of the parties to that. And everybody knows that convention center will open in the fall of 2025. Well, in order for that to open, that bypass road will open in fall of 2025. They're starting construction in January of 2024, and everybody's going to know. At the same time, there's also the city public works projects going through the same. The small footprint is what keeps us up at night, but we're all coordinating together, which I think is what you look at that project management.
Well, and that area is the central place for the economic power of this county in those entities, the port, the airport, and convention
center.
hotel.
And I add a fourth one to that. And Broward County is the only entity that has an airport, a seaport, a convention center, and a transit group here. And you don't have that. There's no other county in the country that has that all under the same umbrella. And that, to your point, that gives us great leverage. That gives us great ability to coordinate as long as we don't act in silos. And that's what my job is to make sure that we're all communicating with each other.
I think that there's so many mega projects. I've watched the airport grow, we all have, over the last decade, incredibly. We've watched the port over the last 15 years grow incredibly. And I am not as concerned about the ability of the county to manage mega projects. I hear the concern, and we're new in the transit, like the light rail transit business, but I have confidence in Mr. Garling, I have confidence in the staff, and I have confidence that you guys will probably hire up wherever you need it. And the hard part of the new airport modal center is going to be a construction project whereby you're going to have to hire the right contractor. There might be a construction management company, and then the airport does a pretty damn good job of building terminals. So I think that we should, as a board, keep our eye on the performance measures. If we see something dragging, or if we see something that doesn't look like it's quite going well, maybe we can audit it from a performance perspective. But I'm going to keep my confidence in the county and their ability to perform when it comes to big projects. And that's one of the most important reasons why I think it was important that the county was the lion's share of the surtax in the first place, because 31 cooks in the kitchen would have been really hard. But that's the way I feel, and I definitely hear the concerns, because it's like we're dropping mega projects down all at the same time. So it is going to make yours and our county administrator's job more difficult and challenging, and I think hiring up would be definitely something that would ease some of your challenges, and I'm sure you've already thought about that.
I would second that. I'd also like to thank Phil for bringing it up. I think by just bringing it up, it just puts everybody's antenna up. I think we keep on going as strong as you are, and thank you for bringing it up, but I don't think we need to I don't know we can take any action or make any recommendations anyway, but bring it up, I think, is just fine. Anything else, Phil?
No, I would just, I agree. The purpose was to focus our attention on that item, and perhaps as we go forward, there'd be a periodic update of the projects. And, I would personally like to see, when those project updates are presented to us, that we have the team of all the players involved in that project relative to management control, project management, so that we can witness that kind of come-by-ah type of moment.
I'll do my best.
I agree with that. Anything else? What's next on the agenda, Mr.
Are
Chairman?
we ready for non-agenda?
Yep. You're up.
This will be short and sweet.
Please.
Are we going to do calendar
The calendar's good. Calendar's good.
as we went through this morning?
Just an update. The outcome of my meeting with the county administrator, is it on? Yeah. She asked me to meet with the county attorney, Mr. Andrew Myers, and I did so on the 17th. I thought it was a very good initial meeting, and basically I think things are moving in the right direction. I expressed that I thought for now we just would get back together. It's a little too early. I do have some issues, but I'm trying to work through those with the county directly, not burden this board. So I just wanted to let you know that happened because of Mr. Farrow, and I hope to have additionally dialogue with the county attorney. Ready for member reports?
Anybody? No?
General counsel report.
Anything? Nothing. Thank you.
Board coordinator report.
Just you have your performance reports on all the municipal projects. You have a new financial report. I'd like to thank Nick for all of his hard work on that. So you're going to see a new financial report you haven't seen before. It'll be by city, so you can see exactly where all of their projects are. We also have an equity analysis that's by city, based on city projects. And if you take a look at any of those programmatic or financial reports and you have any questions, just let me know. Reach out to me. And thank you very much. And I have some gifts for 4 of our members. So, those of you that have been with us from the very, very beginning deserve some love.
Oh, wow.
Yes, and some recognition.
Nice.
Thank you so much for your service.
We should take a picture. This is our first meeting. Official meeting.
We gave one to Alan at the last one,
right.
so that's the reason he's not getting one.
I don't want one.
There you go. Thank you so much for your service.
Good
Yay!
job, you guys.